The men juniors are in Wollongong for the individual time trial, the Road World Championships, visiting New South Wales. This afternoon, the riders take on a time trial of 28.8 kilometres. 52 riders will be rolling down the start ramp to decide who takes the rainbow bands as the winner of this junior world title, following up on last year's championship in Flanders in Belgium. Last year it was Gustav Wang who took the title ahead of Josh Charling and Alex Sagart, who was in third place. We've seen some big names win this time trial in the past, riders who we have got used to riding in the senior and elite ranks, who are now winning Grand Tours and performing at a very high level in the days of the classics. Looking out over Wollongong, which is hosting these World Championships for the very first time, a city of 300,000 people, an hour south of Sydney, the international gateway to Australia. Sydney looking absolutely spectacular this afternoon as we look out over the Opera House and the city itself and Darling Harbour. Wollongong enjoying a good afternoon of sunshine. We're hoping that the weather continues like this over the coming days. The fans are out enjoying the atmosphere that's being created by the racing every single day. This afternoon is going to be a long afternoon of individual time trials. Let's hope that it's as stunning as the morning time trials were. We're going to pick up the sights and sounds of today's course as we go past the two lighthouses at Wollongong Breakwater, at Flagstaff Hill. We also make our way along the beach line, past the Wynn Stadium and Wynn Entertainment Centre, past the Wollongong Art Gallery, the Arts Precinct, making our way round past the university, up Mount Ousley, heading towards Mount Pleasant. We don't go up that on this particular time trial, down to Fairy Meadow, and then back into the race finish as we go past the various swim centres on the way in as well. So it's going to be a pretty spectacular time trial this afternoon. Welcome along. We're going to introduce you to the course and then get the riders moving as the first rider gets set to roll down the start ramp. The idea of the individual time trial is that riders ride at 2-minute intervals. It's all about you, your machine, against the elements and the challenge of the course. Flagstaff Point Lighthouse, built in 1937. It's part of two lighthouses along this particular coast. Those two lighthouses are located the closest in proximity to anywhere in Australia. The lighthouse you just saw there, one of the most important, assisting in navigation to Port Kembla Harbour, one of the largest and most important ports on the east coast of Australia. We're getting ready then for these riders to get themselves warmed up, lined up, and for the race to begin. We've got 4 waves of riders. Because the riders are doing 2 laps in total, we need to get them around the circuit and completed before we send the next wave of riders out. Our first wave of riders will be a short one, only a few riders in that. 4 riders will be in that first wave. Then we'll end up with a wave of 29 riders, 19 riders, sorry, who will make their way into the second part. And then we continue our way through to complete the 4 waves. Perhaps the favourite riders will come towards the end, perhaps they won't. Junior racing can always turn up with a little bit of a surprise. Welcome along then as we take a look here at Sydney and Wollongong, the hosts of this year's World Championships. It is certainly a surf coast. It's sunny, it's 19 degrees. The wind has picked up to 22 kilometres an hour. That's going to have a little bit of a bearing, perhaps, on this afternoon's competition. This morning it was extremely calm. No problems at all for any of the riders out on the course. And we witnessed a stunning battle. If you didn't join us this morning, make sure you go back and you watch the junior women's race. We won't give the result away because it was one of the most phenomenal time trials we've seen at junior level ever. It's a bit of a giveaway that the wind has picked up as you see the waves piling in there to the beach. Things very much different to how they were this morning, which was totally calm. We're going to see how that weather impacts on the 52 riders who are going to line up. A reminder then that we are ready for the individual time trial. Let's take a look at the course. It's the Wollongong City Circuit, 28.8 kilometres, 2 laps in total, taken in Botanic Gardens, the University of Wollongong, Mount Ousley, and the Innovation Campus is where we're going to race past before we head down to Flagstaff Point Lighthouse and into the race finish on Marine Drive. As always, the judges make sure that everything is complied with. Greg Griffiths doing the bike checks there on the right-hand side, making sure that everything is within the rules. A reminder of our commissaires panel. They're the jury in cycling, the referees. The people who make sure that the rules are adhered to, and if they're broken, then they're fined or other action is taken. Thanks very much for joining us. We're a couple of minutes from our first rider rolling down the start ramp. A very good afternoon to you. I'm Anthony McCrossan. Alongside me is Rochelle Gilmore. We're ready for an afternoon of junior men time trials. Our first riders are getting set. Rochelle, good afternoon, a good lunch, and now the wind has picked up here on the course. Things might be a little bit different to how they were this morning.
Yeah, I think a lot of the riders will be nervous about this wind because it could have a big impact on the results. If it dies off later in the afternoon, the riders going off later will have an advantage. As we just see, Hamish McKenzie, one of the favourites, just very focused there with Berthie May, the Soigneur. And if you're wondering what was stuck up his nose, that would be Orbis oil or some sort of eucalyptus just to clear the airways on a cotton wool butt.
Let's hope he remembers to take those out before he rolls down the start ramp.
Well, after a few pedal strokes, he'll want to be getting the air in, so I'm sure he's not going to forget to unplug his nose as such, should we say. So we just see the German rider there, Louis Ladert, making his way to the starting ramp.
The fans are in the fan zone, enjoying the atmosphere. There's lots of nationalities here. You can hear the various voices when you are walking around. I do think it's a great place to have a World Championships. You're right down by the beach. There's cafes everywhere. There's the fan zone. You've got riders warming up past you all the time, going out on recce's. It's a really lovely location to have a World Championship at this time of year.
Yeah, we've had sensational weather as well, so people have just been sitting in the park there and also just star spotting as the riders are making their way around the course or commuting through the paddocks there. And yeah, I think that the weather's been perfect and people have been really enjoying the atmosphere down here in Wollongong. So if you are a local in Australia, make your way down for all of the events here. As we turn our focus now to the first rider of the junior men's time trial.
Set then with Koki Kamada from Japan. Koki Kamada underway, an 18-year-old rider, fourth in the Japanese National Road Race Championships. Our first wave of riders, only 4 riders in it. It's going to be a short wave, and then we move into wave number 2.
Well, it's quite interesting because we've picked out our favourite riders that could have a really good ride today. As you said, very unpredictable in the junior ranks. We can have a lot of surprises as well, but Hamish McKenzie of Australia in that first 4 riders, the 4th rider off, and then it's going to be hours between his ride and the last wave of riders that's packed full of favourites as well. So that's why we say the wind can play a large part, because there's so many hours between the first rider and the last rider that the conditions can really change.
We're not anticipating rain this afternoon, are we?
No, if we do get it, just be a few spots here or there, but definitely tomorrow for the mixed teams relay, there's rain predicted. But for today, it should stay clear. The only thing the riders will be watching is the wind direction.
This is Koki Kamada underway, this 18-year-old Japanese rider, just settling into the rhythm, but you have to go out really hard at the beginning. There's a reminder on the right-hand side of the various different media at UCI _cycling, UCI.org is where you can go also for information on these World Championships. Second rider to go, Louis Leder, 17 years of age. German rider, second in the National Road Race Championships of Germany. Second rider rolls down the start ramp, Louis Leder. Now this morning, and we won't give away the result, Rochelle, we saw great time trial, a real tussle, and the riders went straight off the start ramp, flat out, 1 lap of the course, but today they're going to have to be a little bit more measured.
Yeah, I think a little bit more conservative at the start, being a bit of a longer distance for the men today, that they will really need to pace themselves extremely well throughout the time trial. Koki Kamada, he looks really comfortable. We can see a high cadence because these riders are on restricted gearings, so no really big gears and huge benefits for the stronger riders. You do need to be able to keep a good cadence in the junior division. So that rule was developed many years ago in order to teach young riders how to spin and pedal and really concentrate on their pedaling style. However, next year in 2023, they will open the junior division up to any gears that they would like to ride, so they won't be restricted anymore in the future, which I think will make a big difference to the results. As we see them on restricted gears, we tend to see the times of the top riders really close together. Wollongong Harbour looking stunning there today. We've had blue skies, a little bit of cloud coming in this afternoon.
Our next rider about to start from Kazakhstan, Ilya Karabutov. He's about to roll himself down this ramp, get underway. Kazakhstan rider. Third rider to go. Karabutov hasn't signed any contract with any of the World Tour teams. As such, he's still working his progression through the junior ranks. Third in the Asian Cycling Championships as a junior in the road race. Back with Koki Kamada and heading towards this first split. The course then the same as the junior women, the same as what we saw yesterday, isn't it? We've just got this one major obstacle, this big climb to come.
Yes, and these riders, of course, completing 2 laps, so they'll have to get over that climb twice. We get the first time check at 7.1 kilometres. Koki Kamada, he'll be the first to go through that first time check.
When we look at these riders, they've got these aero skin suits on, and we've seen all sorts of reports about these aero suits particularly over the last couple of years, where, for example, Mathieu van der Poel had a skin suit that was over €2,000 for the Tour de France. There's a huge amount of technology between certain riders' skin suits, isn't there?
Yeah, and at this level, I mean, you're provided your clothing by the national team, and there is a big difference. For example, between this rider and the skin suit that you'll see of the Germans and the Dutch, very, very scientific, using different materials in different areas, depending on the frontal surface area and which part of the body is exposed to the wind. And it has been determined that material is faster than skin, so a lot of the riders trying to cover as much skin as possible.
Here's the hopes of Australia, the first hope of Australia, Hamish McKenzie. National champion at the individual time trial. And if you can win the Aussie National Championship as a time trialist, you're going to be pretty rapid.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see if he does a ride to expectations, because there's been some really big calls that he's one of the big favourites today. Could be spending a lot of time in the hot seat, but it's interesting that it's the other nations that are tipping him as the one to beat today, whereas Australia's playing it down a bit, saying that they don't think he's really in the condition to win this World Championship. So maybe just taking a bit of pressure off, but certainly amongst the favourites.
He certainly looks good on his bike, doesn't he? This 18-year-old Australian rider, already on top of the gear as he just kicks the pedals over, taking a really tight line round that left-hander.
Yeah, and he left that starting ramp with ambition. You could just see when the counter came down, his first pedal stroke, you could see that he was riding with a huge intent and motivation. So those roundabouts being removed. Hamish McKenzie deciding to go directly over it. We did see some riders actually flow around that roundabout so they don't have that bump up onto it and off it, but the fastest route definitely being cutting off those roundabouts and going straight over.
You have to admire, don't you, the way that the local council and all the people working here have made sure that everything is perfect. You can see the road preparation with those roundabouts taken out, the road furniture has gone. Everything is like a racetrack.
Yeah, it feels like that. It's beautiful hot mix and super fast surface. And there's some off-camber corners, but because the surface is so nice, it's really, you can get that good line through the corner. It's a technical circuit, but a safe one.
Koki Kamada in the red and white of Japan. Still maintaining that rhythm, trying to stay as low as possible at the front. Japanese cycling is growing all the time now. It's phenomenal growth in the sport in that particular area. It used to be, of course, that Japanese cycling was more focused on the likes of Keirin racing on the track, but now it's about road racing, maybe buoyed by the motivation of riders like Fumiyuki Beppu and Yuki Arashiro, who've become very well-known World Tour professional riders who've kind of blazed a trail for Japanese cycling. And it's incredible the way it's evolved.
Yeah, absolutely. Also on the women's side, there's quite a few Japanese riders now in the pro peloton and signing pro contracts. In the last few years, we've seen the likes of Mayuko Hagiwara and also Eri Yomanimi really dominating and in the Japanese national level, and then coming over to Europe and being very, very competitive and winning races at the top level.
Around this area, some beautiful golf courses as well. What a stunning day if you weren't riding a bike, which of course is the new golf, to actually go back to the old golf.
You'd be golf, I'd be out surfing.
The surf here is incredible, isn't it?
It's absolutely beautiful. Especially early in the morning when you look out the window at 5:45, you see all the surfers making their way out into the water.
Koki Kamada onto this climb. Remind us then, Rochelle, for those of us who've not seen this racing so far, describe this climb for us. How does it look? What's the gradients involved here?
Well, it is quite a difficult climb. So this is Mount Ousley, and they don't go all the way up Mount Ousley, but it's certainly a very, very tough climb. It's a lot steeper than it looks. I've been around the course on a bike a few times, and my pace certainly wasn't as high as Koki Kamada is going out there, but it's for the riders, a real challenge, especially on the second lap, just to have the legs to punch over that. So the Japanese rider's just gone through the first time check, so he'll set the benchmark.
Koki Kamada, 10 minutes 7.23 seconds was his time at that particular point on the route. Now he gets himself onto the descent.
Well, this is a very, very fast section of the course, so it'll be interesting to see if he stops pedaling and has a little bit of a rest in the legs, or if he thinks he can. He's really spinning that, so he's trying to get power out at a really, really high cadence as he'll start to back off coming into this corner. And here's the Australian. He really does look good on the bike. So Hamish McKenzie, he's been tipped as one of the big favourites for today. Super, super high cadence. He'll be in the absolute biggest gear that he's got, just to give you an indication, at 55 kilometres per hour.
I know we shouldn't make comparisons, but I just wanted to make a little comparison just to see what sort of time these junior men are putting in comparison to the time of Zoe Backstead earlier on today. Louis Liat going up this climb. That's a very, very strong performance here by Louis Liat. 9:29.13. That's a fast time from Louis Liat as he goes over the top. And now we go back with Hamish McKenzie as he continues his way towards this first intermediate time split. The Australian rider. Are these roads that the riders are racing on, are these well known by local riders? Are they the sort of roads that you would go out on club rides and that sort of thing on this particular area?
More so for the road races where they go up into Mount Kira rather than around the city here. Obviously it's quite busy when these roads are open, so not used so much by cyclists. For commuting, yes, but at very high speeds like these riders are going around the city circuit here. Yeah, we'll see on the road races where you go up into the mountains that's a very, very famous training route for most of the local riders.
Hamish McKenzie with a great pedalling style, looks good so far. How's his braking and his cornering this afternoon, Rochelle?
He looks like he's carrying loads of speed through the corners. He's doing exceptionally well, and he's staying in the aero position until the very last minute. So he knows the circuit very well, and he's trusting in the information that he's getting from the car behind him. So he is at this point doing everything technically right. Has he got the power and the leg speed to be one of the fastest riders? That is a question to be answered, but he's, in terms of his technical riding, he's got everything down to a really fine art. You can just see the longer he can keep his head down there looking directly at the road below him, the more aerodynamic it's going to be for him, which just means he can carry more speed for the output, power output and leg speed that he has.
This is Wollongong Art Gallery. Stunning building here in the centre of Wollongong. Occupies the former Wollongong Council Administration building, converted to a gallery in 1991. Inside you can still see the old council chambers if you ever took a visit there. As we go back here to Karabutov, the fastest rider to this point, Louis Liat, 9:29.13. This rider's lost 37.39 seconds. His average speed to that point, 42.1 kilometres an hour. Losing a pretty substantial amount of time and looking like he's not too sure of his gearing at the moment, judging by the way he's looking down at it all the time.
Yeah, he certainly just doesn't have the confidence of knowing what gear he wants to be in, whether he's in the aero position or he's out of the seat. Whereas Hamish McKenzie here, he knows exactly what he wants to do. It's right there where he has to get out of the seat and start putting some pressure through this big gear. And it certainly is on the climb a place where you can gain or lose time because they can take advantage of their power rather than their leg speed.
Hamish McKenzie, one of the race favourites, is about to post a very fast time at this intermediate time split. Let's see if it is The fastest time, well, no doubt whatsoever. Average speed, 46.9 kilometres an hour. McKenzie is living up to the billing, 24.59 seconds faster than the second place rider, Louis Leda. A great performance by the Australian.
Yeah, it really looks like a nice ride. He looks like he's in control, and he looks confident, like he really knows exactly what he's doing on every section of the course. So he had to touch the brakes coming out of the corner there and just lean the bike over a little bit, but he still carried a huge amount of speed. You can see coming down here, his speed is much higher than we saw from the other riders. His leg speed's a lot higher as well, keeping himself in that aero position, and that next right-hand turn does come up pretty quickly.
Just got to get these corners absolutely right. You can see how far over to the left-hand side he is, and he tucks it into the right.
Well, I can tell you, when he's carrying 2 or 3 kilometres faster than the other riders, the corners are so much more difficult to get right. So at a higher speed, it looks a little bit like they may be out of control, and they're more out of control than the riders that are going at a slower speed. But it makes a huge difference if you're going a few kilometres per hour quicker to get through those corners.
Let's take a look at this corner of Hamish McKenzie. Rochelle, take a look at this.
Well, he needed to come in a little bit tighter, that's all. Just, he didn't touch the brakes. He wiped off a little bit of speed there and knew he had to pick it up coming out of the corner, got out of the seat and got it back up to speed.
When we looked at the map before these races, we thought, wow, there's over 20 corners on this particular circuit. But in actual fact, when you look at it, it is phenomenally quick because you've got so much runoff as you go through the turn.
Yeah, they're very fast corners that the riders are able to keep their bikes up to speed. And you see riders, if they do touch the brakes a little bit too early, they've got to work a lot harder to get their bike back up to speed coming out of the corner. But the idea of picking up seconds here and there and fractions of a second is to just carry as much speed as you can through the corners. This is one that riders at high speeds have had a little bit of trouble coming out of.
Manages that nicely.
No problem for Hamish McKenzie.
This is Koki Kamada, not managing to take this little climb on the aero bars. Has gone to the hooks either side. Still maintaining a very high cadence, spinning away. But most of the time we've seen the riders climbing this hill on the aero bars rather than being on the sides and then dragging the wind.
Yeah, the riders that are stronger, they're able to stay in the aero bars all the way along the foreshore here and into the finish. As we now see some of the riders coming up in the second wave, just warming up in the Wahoo tent on the trainers there. Well, you can imagine how many of those Wahoo towels are being distributed to every single rider that comes through that warm-up area.
This is the Botanic Gardens in Wollongong. Features one of the largest rainforest collections in Australia. The nurseries here very good at collecting seeds and propagating local native plants. It's got a traditional Japanese bridge and a tea house, and they were presented as a gift to the city of Wollongong from the city of Kawasaki in 1993. A little bit of wheel shake from Hamish McKenzie as he piles his way through the next turn and sets himself up for the run into the completion of this lap. Intermediate one, he is the leader, 9 minutes 4.54.
Yeah, with a 24-second advantage at the first time split after 7.1 kilometres is very impressive. So I think the Australian is on form. As we said, a lot of the other teams and nations were just saying that he's the rider to beat, and then talking to the Australian camp, they were saying, no, I don't think he's the rider to beat, trying to take some pressure off there. But Hamish McKenzie out there representing Australia, it would be such a dream to win a World Championship on home turf. But this is something, when we see a rider, a time trial specialist in the junior division, it's just amazing to see how dialed in they are with their position, their equipment and their position. And this is certainly a really good setup for Hamish McKenzie. He's able to produce maximum power through the bike and a very aerodynamic position. He's got the aero gloves on there, trying to keep his head down as much as he can.
Nothing's left to chance with him, is it? He's got everything possible to try and make himself as efficient at slicing through the air as he possibly can be. That aero bike, the aero mitts on, he's got the aero helmet, the skin suit. Has chosen to go with short sleeves, which you've said is becoming a little bit more of a fashion because the riders are tucking down like this now, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it is also because that part of the forearm, it's not getting wind drag, it's not exposed. It's the hands that are exposed and the helmet and the shoulders. So that's the important parts to have covered with material that's faster than skin when you get to the real technical skin suits and materials. So a lot of riders now realise they don't have to wear long sleeves. They can go just as fast with short sleeves. But you see that the bib shorts are as long as they can possibly be, according to the UCI regulations, and the sock height as high as it can possibly be with those very fast materials that just cut through the wind a little bit faster than skin. You can see the number on the back, very, very flat and well placed. We saw some riders in the last few days with their numbers flapping around with the traditional pinned on numbers that can fly off, and not just be, it's mostly just distracting for the rider that they flap around in the wind. And you can see Hamish McKenzie has thought about every single little thing before this World Championship, from the course and the corners. Let's see if he can punch over this little rise in the aero position.
See the contrast between McKenzie and Kamada. Kamada had to ride on the hooks either side. Here, McKenzie can just stay in the skis, is able to just maintain the power, the momentum, and drive himself over the top of this particular climb. It's contrasting styles, isn't it? But this one is much more efficient. Way,
way more efficient. You could hear going up that climb. All he needed to do was stay in the aero position and come a few more gears easier as he went up, and then straight over the top, back into the biggest gear that he's got on the bike. And he'll just try to wind that up, and he may even take a few pedal strokes of rest if he gets to a top speed down this little descent.
Hamish McKenzie, the last medalist for Australia was Luke Clapp in 2018. He finished behind Remco Evenepoel and ahead of Andrea Piccolo. Before that, Australia had a bronze medal with Michael Storer. Storer now, of course, this Grand Tour stage winner, riding for Groupama FDJ. And then after that, the years before, the last winner of a world title was Luke Durbridge in 2009. Durbridge, a phenomenal time trialist. He won that title ahead of Lawson Craddock, who's now his teammate in the Bike Exchange team, and Lassie Norman Hansen. Last bit of warming up going on. These riders getting set for their individual time trial. Again with the cotton wool up the nose with a little bit of something to clear the nostrils out. These riders making sure that everything is done to ensure a very top-class performance this afternoon. Top of the leaderboard at the lap is Hamish McKenzie, 47 seconds ahead of Louis Ledart. This is the Innovation Campus that we are now going past with the new city landmark, opened in July 2008. The next phase of that development is the Health and Wellbeing Precinct, to try and support the city's bold vision for the future of health and well-being in this region and beyond.
Well, what a phenomenal time there for Hamish McKenzie, coming through that 14.1 kilometre time check, 47 seconds ahead of the next competitor. So he's on a really good ride, and you can just tell by his body language as well. I mean, things can change very quickly in a time trial, but at the moment he still looks like he's very strong on the bike.
You're on a knife edge, aren't you? You're on a knife edge between absolute top performance and blowing up so badly that you lose a lot of time.
Yeah, it's time trialling is something very, very specific and unique, and it takes a very special rider to be able to endure the pain that they have to for so long and actually know their body well enough to not just go too far into the red and hit the wall, as we say in cycling.
McKenzie, after the lap, is the leader. Let's see how he does on this second lap, see if he can extend that advantage a little bit further. Time trialling, as Rochelle mentioned, absolutely specific. It's you as a rider with your machine against the challenges of the tarmac and the elements which get thrown at you. And if you can defeat all of that, you can be a phenomenal time trialist.
Yeah, it's always really kind of blown me away how a rider can hurt themselves so much without knowing where their competitors are, how close they are behind them. Being a sprinter myself, I needed somebody next to me to push me to my limits, and a time trial rider can do that. They can sit on a trainer and just really hurt themselves for an hour or longer, and these riders are just able to really get everything out of themselves without having those competitors surrounding them, pushing them. So of course they can be radioed up to the car behind to get some time checks, which can be motivating or demoralising. Either way, we see different reactions from different riders. And if we reflect back to the Women's Elite time trial, which was won by Ellen van Dijk, we were both super surprised, weren't we, Anthony, to hear that she didn't have any time checks. She doesn't like to get that information through the radio. So she was getting information from her coach, but she didn't want to know where she compared to anyone else throughout the race, which is quite unique and a little bit different.
It's different, but I guess she's a rider who then just wants motivated. Keep going, keep pushing, and all will be okay.
Yeah, she has a lot of experience, so she knows what she's capable of at power outputs, and she just concentrates on doing her absolute maximum effort. She's also the hour record holder, so she certainly does know where her limit is and how to pace herself.
She knows what pain is, there's no doubt. If you do an hour record, 1 hour on a track, it's you and your bike against the black line and whatever elements are in that track at the particular time. The force of air, and that's literally it. And you ride yourself into oblivion for 1 hour and see where you come out on the other side as far as distance is concerned. This rider, on the other hand, is trying to cover a set distance in the fastest possible time, and he still looks absolutely superb. He's got no rock in the shoulders to speak of. The pedals are revving around, and he looks like he's covering the distance very well. This is where they're measuring the gear, isn't it?
Yeah, this is how they measure the restricted gear. So they do 1 pedal revolution to see how far the bike goes. And they may need to make some adjustments to their gearing if they're not within that restricted gear. So that just means in 1 pedal revolution, every bike has to move the same distance on that biggest gear that they have on the bike. So they are restricted to how big the gear can be, their biggest gear on the bike, and that's why we see very high leg speed and cadence.
That was the bike of one of the Eritrean riders that was getting checked there to make sure everything was okay. I think it was the bike of Eklu Erefane. I noticed yesterday that Binim Gomai, the most famous Eritrean rider at the moment, is going to compete in the World Championships on a custom painted bike in the colours of Eritrea, and it's absolutely superb. The bike has been given by his team sponsored by Cube. He's got the statement on the top tube that he always uses, Veni Vidi Bini, and he's got the colours of that Cube bike are stunning. I think we'll look forward to seeing that in the road races on Sunday, that Biniam Gomai will be hoping to try and win a world title for Eritrea, which could be one of the most incredible days ever if he does manage to do that. And who's to say he can't get to the finish in the lead group? Biniam Gomai could be the winner of the world title on Sunday afternoon here in the men's road race. Back out on the road with the young Australian. Hamish McKenzie keeping the pressure on. The arrival of Louis Ledart. He's at the second of the intermediate time splits. Comes through around about 46 kilometres an hour. And he's setting the standard for everyone else to beat. So he goes through with that time, and then we'll see how Hamish McKenzie does compare to the time of Louis Ledart. He was 47 seconds behind Hamish McKenzie at the first lap when we went through to complete the first route around this city.
Well, the German Ledart, we've seen him pass the Japanese rider, so he's now looking like the first rider that will cross the finish line. He's gone through the 21.8 kilometre time check, fastest time, but this man, Hamish McKenzie, is yet to pass that time check at 21.8 kilometres.
Hamish McKenzie, that style is not changing in any way whatsoever. Just looks really rock solid on the bike. Hamish McKenzie, he's won 2 national titles. Rides for the team of ARA Pro Racing on the Sunshine Coast. He's also won the National Under-19 Individual Pursuit. His dad was a triathlete, and he'd love to compete in a race that you all know very well, the Tour of Flanders. He'd like to ride one day.
Yeah, it takes another special type of rider, doesn't it, to be a classics rider, but we've seen time trial riders win that. You've got to be so strong and powerful for Tour of Flanders. But Hamish McKenzie, the Australian there, he also had a stint with Jumbo Visma this year, which really impressed the team. He was off the pro contract, but he declined it. Nobody knows for what reason, if he has other contract offers or if he's actually signed with another team for next year. That's all still under wraps, but certainly a rider that pro teams are very interested in.
We were talking earlier, weren't we, about as we just see a rider warming up, we go back here to Hamish McKenzie being urged on at the side of the road.
He's still putting out a lot of power. He's going to punch over this hill. He has to. It's going to really, really hurt, but still looking quite strong.
He's such an aggressive rider, isn't he? But when he gets into that aero tuck, he just looks refined and easy. Comes up to this intermediate split, and he is rocking his way around this course. Hamish McKenzie this afternoon is looking like he is on an absolute mission. 1 minute and 11 seconds faster than the fastest time by the German Louis Ledart. 48.3 kilometres an hour to this point, Rochelle. This rider is setting a standard that might stand for quite a while.
Yeah, I was just thinking he might have to spend more than 2, maybe 3 hours in the hot seat until we have the final riders in the last wave. There's a lot of favourites there, but he certainly will be setting a very, very fast time early on in this competition.
Into the aero tuck. Looks good.
So another rider from Launceston in Tasmania, producing so many talented riders like Richie Port from Tasmania. They're very proud, they're Tasmanians, of the riders they're able to produce.
Looks really good at the moment, Hamish McKenzie, as he powers his way towards the finish line. What is the situation going to be? Is he going to sit in the hot seats for a long time today? There's no doubt that I think he's going to be in the hot seat. Tucks into that aero tuck. He needs to keep pushing on, doesn't he? Because we know that riders have really suffered over this last section of this course in every single category. But if you've held something back, this is the point where you take even more time.
Yeah, I don't think Hamish McKenzie's held anything back, but I don't think he's losing time. So if he had have conserved earlier in the race, I'm not sure that he would be able to pick up time on this finish. So he's just holding on at the moment.
Indonesia have its first rider underway. Siarif Hadiatullah. We're on to phase number 2 of this individual time trial.
There's a big question. Will any of the riders in wave number 2 be able to come in striking distance of the time of Hamish McKenzie? He hasn't finished yet, but he did go through the last time check of 21.8 kilometres. 1 minute and 11 seconds faster than leader of Germany.
In this particular wave, I think there's possibly 3 riders we should be watching out for. This rider really is railing it round these turns now, growing in confidence. I think that's the last major turn he has before the finish.
Couple little corners more before he can get right in that aero tuck position and push for home. 4.6 kilometres to go.
Still no rock and roll on those shoulders. It's all about power transmission through those pedals. Worked his way through to this next turn. I thought he was a corner further on. So he's got these couple of little turns and then the final corner. Still sprinting his way over the little climbs that really hurt the legs at this point in the race. This is Hubert Grogowski.
A lot of these young riders too in the juniors won't be used to all the cameras around them. There's so many things that they're here for experience. So when they do go into the elite ranks, that they've had this experience of all of the cameras around them and the process of going through the bike checks and rolling off a starting ramp.
About to get underway for Lithuania, Aronas Gudgauskas. Gets himself into that aero tuck as quickly as possible. Second in the National Road Race Championships, third in the National Time Trial Championships.
One thing I've noticed with all of the riders on the starting ramp that we've seen, they're hitting their computer with 10 seconds or 5 seconds to go. They really want to collect that data from the ride. So it's interesting to me that at such a young age that these riders are already starting to collect and analyse their data in the juniors. This man certainly looks like he's done many, many time trials. He spent a lot of time on the time trial bike, but he wouldn't look out of place in an elite time trial, would he?
He wouldn't. He looks like he's really strong, dialed position, looking like he's got everything under control. This is the Lithuanian rider, Aronas Gudgauskas, just into the first phase of the time trial, a minute in. And you can see the difference, can't you? The difference immediately in contrast to the Australian rider.
Yeah, you can just see, even though we don't have an indication of the speed, you can see that the speed that Hamish McKenzie is carrying, and also Leda here, he's having a really strong ride, but a long way behind Hamish McKenzie. So he will be the first rider to cross the finish line. Louis Leda of Germany.
The German rider approaching the finish line, Louis Leda. He has initially set the standard for everyone else to beat. He's going to set it here, but it's going to be beaten by the Australian rider. Louis Leda, 36 minutes 53.12, an average speed of 46.8 kilometres an hour. A good standard for everyone else to shoot at for the rest of the day.
It certainly is. It's a good ride, but we're just seeing a fantastic ride by Hamish McKenzie, who has gone through that third time check. So fast, 1 minute 11 seconds. Here he comes now just for his final 2 kilometres.
Just settling himself through these turns. You're right, the way he's riding these corners is really incredible to watch. Able to just still go through with real speed through the various twists and turns of this technical city centre course. Coming up to the finish line, this is the Japanese rider, Koki Kamada. Going to be outside the time, of course, of Louis Leda because he was caught out on the course for the 2 minutes. Koki Kamada completes the course now with a time of 40 minutes 2.13, second fastest time. Started off really strongly, but the course really started to hurt him after a while.
Yeah, it certainly is a brutal time trial circuit. You really do need to have a little bit of everything. You need to have confidence through the corners at high speed. You need to be able to climb, and in the case of the juniors here, you also have to have very, very good leg speed and be able to produce power at a high cadence. So many aspects come into play here. Also the jet lag they have to deal with coming down under to Australia. Another big factor.
I know you were mentioning earlier on about Hamish McKenzie as he comes into the finish and hasn't signed for Jumbo-Visma. Opposite us at the moment, there's some of the top agents in world cycling watching this rider, and I wonder whether he's with any of those agents. Maybe they've advised him, get a medal in the World Championships, then you can sign for a team like Jumbo-Visma, because we'll add a little bit more money into that contract. Hamish McKenzie comes into the finish for Australia. Top of the leaderboard. That is a spectacular time on restricted gears. An average speed of 48.9 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, very, very impressive. Super, super ride. He'll have to be happy with that. It looked like he paced himself well. It's a horrible little bump there near the finish, isn't it, for the riders?
And they all hit it.
They all hit it, yes. So, a fantastic ride from Hamish McKenzie. Will it be enough for a gold medal? We have a long time to wait. He has a long time in the hot seat to watch all the other riders come through, all of the time checks.
There's confirmation at the finish. Hamish McKenzie leads by 1 minute 34 seconds. Louis Ledart in second place, the German rider. Koki Kamada, 4 minutes 43.68 behind. He has got a long wait, hasn't he? It's going to be a few hours.
Well, unless we see a super big surprise come from the second and third waves, yeah, he might be a long time sitting in that hot seat. Hopefully he gets a chance to spin the legs down and have a bit of a warm down first, while we see the Belgian rider now just in the zone of his warm up, wearing the ice vest.
Second in the road race. He took out the Hungarian Nations Cup. He's just about set to go.
Start of Hubert Grogowski. About to get underway for Poland. Rolls down the start ramp then. 18 years of age. Won the One Belt, One Road Nations Cup race in Hungary. The Australian rider Cameron Rogers just getting set.
Yeah, you can see there he's not wearing a visor, but he may be putting that on at the last minute. That's sitting on the top of his helmet, and if he puts it on now, it might fog a little bit. So Cameron Rogers, he's just doing his last preparations before making his way up to the starting ramp.
Aronas Gergauskas out on the course for Lithuania. Settled into his rhythm now. Doesn't look like he is covering the ground quite as quick as the Australian rider was.
No, we can get an indication of you know, how well these riders are going by the leg speed, because they're all pretty much in the hardest gear that they have on their bike on those flat sections. So then we can just look at their leg speed and get an indication of who's moving fast.
This is Ilya Karabutov of Kazakhstan. It's going to be well down on the time of the Australian rider this afternoon. Hamish McKenzie, top of the leaderboard by a significant margin. Karabutov's going to come in over 5 minutes down on the Australian rider. Completes the course, fourth fastest time for Ilya Karabutov of Kazakhstan. Would have been a little bit shocked, I would imagine, by getting past so quick by the Australian rider, who took a lot of time out of him. Took 2 minutes and an even further time. Maxim Taraskin riding for Kazakhstan. Always surprises me that riders have every single bit of aero kit they can and then have chains hanging around their neck outside the skin suit.
Yeah. When I was racing, it was one thing that some other riders had noticed, that if I wasn't wearing earrings, I was being very, very serious about my racing. So the days that I had earrings on, not so important, but when it comes to jewellery, the days that I was very, very serious, all the jewellery would come off.
All for aerodynamics.
Comfort and just, you know, not having anything that you don't need on the body or the bike.
This is Syarif Hadatullah, rides for Indonesia, finding this climb really tough this afternoon. When you haven't ridden at the World Championships at this sort of level, this is a bit of a baptism of fire, but it's good to see the Indonesian rider here and finding out what it's all about. This will be an experience never to forget. Once he gets over the top of the climb the first time, settles into the rhythm a little bit, he may well then start to find his feet. Lithuanian rider Godauskas clicking his way through the gears, trying to find something that's a bit more comfortable.
Well, it's actually the first rider I've seen on the little chain ring, so I don't know if that's a lack of power or whether his big chain ring is blocked off and he's only using his little chain ring. But we've certainly seen, even in the juniors, that the riders are not changing from big ring to little ring for this climb. 44 seconds off the pace of Hamish McKenzie through that time check.
Just gives you such an indication as to how Hamish McKenzie dealt with this course, taking so much time out of the rest of the field so far. Back here with the start, another of our Indonesian riders. That's Muhammad Sailan, just warming up, getting ready. We see these little computers that the riders have in front of them. What sort of data for those new members of the cycling watching community, what does that give you, and what would the rider have on the screen as we see Hamish McKenzie on the podium there? What would they have on the screen during this time trial?
Well, the riders that have the resources from their nation will definitely just have a computer that reads power. That's the most important thing. They're not too worried about heart rate or speed even. They're just more concentrating on the power, because that gives them an indication. They know from all the training that they've done where the zone is that they need to be in at what time. So serious cyclists and riders at the World Championships and the juniors, the top riders, they will definitely be riding to power outputs.
They don't then have the GPS of the course or anything like that. They just simply follow the course. It's all about the numbers. Yeah,
it's all about the power data, and they get the information from the car behind them on when the corners are coming up. So they have radio communication with the coach in the car that's following, which also carries the spare bikes. And the only data that they need to record from this ride or even look at is the power data.
The Italian Renato Favero just went through that intermediate split with the third fastest time. This is Felix Hamel of Canada, about to get rolling on this individual time trial. Rolls down the start ramp to get underway this afternoon. Felix Hamel, let's look out over this lovely area. Felix Hamel, 18 years of age. Took a victory in the Canadian Road Race Championships. Finished third in the individual time trial of Canada. So will be one of the main hopes for Canada for the road race when we get to that in a couple of days' time.
And they'll be riding from Helensburgh, which is the most northern town of Wollongong. And that's at the top of the escarpment there, so they will have a descent to come from the top of the escarpment, you can see, down to the coast. They'll descend down Bald Hill, which is a famous hill where they hang glide and paraglide. So they'll have a nice descent down there, and then they'll make all their way from Stanwell Park all the way down to Wollongong on the Coast Road, which is absolutely stunning.
The most important part of that day, though, is that we start outside your house.
Yeah, absolutely. Where I grew up, where I was born, right there. So it's quite exciting for all of my friends who have got houses on the course as well, where I grew up. It's just something that we never imagined a World Championship would start in Helensburgh, a very, very small town in between Sydney and Wollongong.
We'll look forward to that in a couple of days' time. Rochelle will be able to point out every single part of the road that we're going to be on. I'm sure you've spent hours and hours training on those roads.
Yeah, absolutely. I have ridden that Coast Road many times in my career.
This is Cameron Rogers of Australia. He's seen his compatriot go onto the hot seat as the fastest rider. Cameron Rogers, 6th in the Oceania Championship, makes his way off the start ramp to a great reception from the Australian fans.
I think Australia have made a really good decision to put their fastest and biggest hope off first in that first wave. Just simply due to the fact that we have seen the wind was very still, and we have seen it pick up sometimes in the afternoon. So it can be a little bit of a gamble. We see a really large crop of favourites at the end of this race, but Australia deciding to put Hamish McKenzie, the first of the 3 Australians, the first rider of the Australians. So Cameron Rogers, he knows what he's got to do here. He's got a very similar position and riding style. A little bit shorter in his position, a little bit more cramped up.
Cameron Rogers into the first part of his ride today, finished 2nd in the Oceania Championship road race, 6th in the time trial. Was the national road race champion of Australia as well. So some would anticipate that this rider is faster and better than Hamish McKenzie, but everyone's really saying Hamish McKenzie is the rider you need to watch.
I think when Hamish McKenzie had that opportunity this year to ride for Jumbo-Visma, that he impressed a lot of people. So the international cycling community have been talking about this man on the hot seat. But we are, I mean, there's very little that we know about the riders that are juniors and have only raced domestically in their countries. So there could be a lot of surprise rides here as well. But Hamish McKenzie, known by the international cycling world now, and a lot of talk about his ability.
Underway, Tom Stevenson of New Zealand. Cameron Rogers into this time trial, 52 kilometers an hour. Really looks quick already. Fantastic style on the bike, this Australian rider, ticking along at 52 kilometers an hour. See already all out, trying to get as much speed out of that bike as he can. He switches across far right hand side, leans the bike into this turn in the aero skis, doesn't even flinch or think about coming out of those aero skis this afternoon through some of these turns. Really confident on this bike. Tall, rangy rider with that towing action as he pedals that gear over. The Lithuanian rider now, Adonis Gadauskas, about to catch the Indonesian rider in front of him as Maxim Taraskin goes up to the intermediate split. This is the first split, and the fastest time there is Hamish McKenzie. He goes through in the 5th fastest time.
Love that sound of the disc wheel and then just clicking down the gears. as they apply more pressure over the top of that climb and pick up the speed. The rider from the USA now out of the blocks.
And he goes flying out the blocks as though he's finishing a sprint. Cameron Rogers settling into his rhythm. Does look absolutely fantastic this afternoon.
Very interesting to see at this first time check how Rogers is going against the time of McKenzie, this fellow Australian.
Rogers has such high cadence, doesn't he? Really fast pedalling speed. We're told that his mum is following him in the car right now.
What a great experience, the Home World Championship, to know that your mother is sitting in the follow car. Definitely give you the motivation to be giving everything that you've possibly got. And you could see he was just trying to use the white line there, the paint being fractionally faster than the asphalt.
Coming up to the intermediate split, Tim Ray of Switzerland.
He looks like he's struggling, doesn't it? He's sixth through that first intermediate time check, but labouring, really working against his bike there.
Yeah, not finding the speed, is he, at the moment, that other riders are finding. And a problem here for the Czech Republic rider who didn't get to the start line in time, so he's had to have a little bit of stress. That's Pavel Novak.
Let's give him a cheer on.
Well, not good news for the Czech Republic rider.
He's underway.
And that was the beep, wasn't it, Rochelle? So he didn't lose too much time.
No, just a couple of seconds, and possibly 3 seconds, given that he's a little bit shaken by that start. But it does seem to happen in time trials if you haven't got your coaches and everybody controlling things, or you might have a last-minute toilet stop that you can't avoid. Then these type of things do happen. Very unfortunate to travel all this way and miss the start of the time trial. You can see Cameron Rogers there is just moving across the road, looking for the fastest surface and the fastest position, depending on where the buildings are, being protected from wind. And take this right-hand corner with some good speed.
Rogers leans it in. He's the nephew of Michael Rogers, so comes from a great cycling family. Michael Rogers, of course, 3 times the world time trial champion. And Ashley, when you look at Cameron Rogers on a bike, in terms of the height and the stature, you can kind of see that a little bit.
Yeah, you can see the resemblance, definitely, between the two.
Felix Hamill of Canada up to this first point for all the riders to give them an idea of how they compare to everyone else. Felix Hamill, 33.97 seconds down on the split point. This is Mies Vlot riding for the Netherlands. Coming to the end of this next wave of riders. Mies Vlot underway for the Netherlands. We're at 2:20 in the afternoon. The sun is shining in Wollongong. Thanks very much for joining us. The situation in this UCI Road World Championship at the moment. At the finish line, the Australian Hamish McKenzie leads in a time of 35 minutes 18.45. He's 1 minute 34 seconds ahead of the German rider Louis Ledert, who is in second place. The riders who have reached intermediate 1 include Hamish McKenzie. He's the leader in 9 minutes and 4 seconds, but this rider is heading up towards that all-important point now. Cameron Rogers looking to try and eclipse the time of Hamish McKenzie, who went through there with 9 minutes 4:54. Louis Leddart went through 24 seconds slower to this particular point. It's such a hard point on the horizon, isn't it? You've got to have the ability to climb and to have time trialled the initial start of this race, which is so tough. Looks like Rogers is going to be losing a little bit of time here, but we're at the very early stages of this time trial, aren't we? There is still time to get this back.
Yeah, there is. You can just see a nod of the head there that Hamish McKenzie is confident that he's gone 17 seconds faster over the first 7.1 kilometres than his teammate, Rogers, who is now the second fastest through that first time check.
Yeah, Australia first and second through the first time splits. Rogers, as you said, that zip of the disc wheel, the clinking of the gears, that sound of time trialling is what it's all about as Rogers now gets set. Now, Rochelle, an important phase of this time trial now for this rider.
Yeah, absolutely. Once they get over that first climb, they really need to, it's really that second time they go over that climb where they can really gain or lose time on their competitors. But this part's very technical, super fast. Some riders that are getting high speeds are able to freewheel and get a little bit of a rest into this corner.
Oh, really lent it over then, didn't it?
Yeah, not a perfect line coming into that corner by Rogers. He could have done that one a little bit faster. This is one of the riders from Belgium.
This is a rider who's highlighted as a possible medalist this afternoon. Fourth in the European Championships. But you had him highlighted, didn't you, Duarte?
Yeah, as an outside possibility of a medal, yes. So there is another favourite from Belgium, but as an outside favourite, he'll be the last to go off in the second wave for Belgium.
We'll get a good idea at the end of the lap how these riders are then comparing to Hamish McKenzie, who still leads through that lap, 17 minutes 18.46. No one's really got anywhere close to him so far.
Well, Mies Vlot of the Netherlands, I do have him down as an outside medal chance as well. He looks very, very focused and aerodynamic on that bike. A little bit of a different position than we've seen from other riders. Very, very far forward on the saddle.
Here's the arrival of Tom Stevenson, the rider from New Zealand. A little bit laboured over that particular section. Didn't look like he enjoyed that first part of the climb at all. 10th fastest. Just concentrating on the power through the pedals. Not really in the ballpark yet, the New Zealand rider, unfortunately. Let's see whether he can pick up a little bit of time on this descent. Still got some power in the legs, was able to just click through the gears. Mies Vlot from the Netherlands, 17 years of age. Was second in the Dutch individual time trial championships this season. He's ridden some pretty big races, won a stage of the International Cottbus Junior. That was back in April. He won that on a stage in Cottbus, which is well known for its cycling track. 40 kilometres an hour for Mies Vlot. Just adjusting the helmet as well, just trying to keep it as aero as he can. He looks like he's got a little bit of a nervous reaction about that helmet. Maybe he's been told before, make sure that helmet peak is always right down on the back, so he lifts the hand up. He's done it 2 or 3 times so far, just not entirely comfortable, or it's something that just plays on his mind a little.
Yeah, it's not ideal for whatever reason. You really do. Aero position. What's he got written on the other hand there, just to remind him? So we said an outside favourite. Push KG. Go aero.
Go aero, push KG. Bit of a reminder for Duarte Maravich-Scorliez. It's a good idea, isn't it, sometimes, just to give you that reminder, either on a tape in front of you or go like he's done and write it on your hands.
Absolutely. Anything that works for each of the riders. You can see that radio sitting in the back of his skin suit there. As we go back to the New Zealand rider, looking very aero as well, picking up some good speed coming into this corner. It's Tom Stevenson.
At the moment, Tom Stevenson, you can see, just doesn't have quite the speed through these turns.
No, he looks smooth and he looks like he's got a really good position, but he's just not producing the power today to bring that bike up to speed, or he hasn't got the leg speed. Power at a high cadence is very important for these riders in the junior division on the restricted gears. But having a good position on the bike like that means you do have potential to work your power and leg speed.
I would imagine, looking at this rider, if he was riding a flattish time trial with not too many turns, he would certainly be a contender. But where he's at the moment getting left, asking, is through these corners, he's losing speed.
Yeah, and it takes so much energy to get the bike back up to maximum speed that because the corners are coming so thick and fast, he's not even reaching his maximum speed again. He's just wiping too much speed off through each corner and then not being able to get back up to his potential maximum speed. So Novak now from Czech, he's really in the mix here. Third fastest through the first time check.
Fastest through there is still Hamish McKenzie, followed by Cameron Rogers. Third place rider, Pavel Novak, and considering that the Czech Republic rider was the rider who missed his start, he's already doing extremely well.
Yeah, so that could be an outcome of the adrenaline that comes from missing the start and really having to put that effort in, and can backfire in the later part of the course, or if he's able to hold on, well, we know he could have actually been a little bit faster.
This is Mies Vlot chasing the time to this intermediate time split. The first split is 9 minutes 4 seconds. He's still got a little bit of distance to go until he reaches that particular point. It looks like he's not at the moment going to be in the ballpark, but let's see how quickly he climbs this climb.
It really does look like those really tall, lanky riders would be much more suited to the out and back type style of time trialling rather than this very technical fast corners. The Italian has had a pretty good ride so far through the 14.1 kilometre time check. He was third fastest. So Renato Favaro, he's on the second part, still third fastest. 1 minute 51 down on Hamish McKenzie.
Just shows how fast McKenzie has ridden this time trial. He's taking out a huge amount of time on all the other riders. He's looked superb as Favaro goes over the top, a 17-year-old rider.
That was the 21.8 kilometre time check that we saw there for Favaro of Italy. So he's not too far away from the finish.
Here's the arrival of Mies Vlot. Didn't get his time to that intermediate time split. We'll just try and tidy that up for you as he makes his way through that particular section. He has reached there with a time that's 11th fastest. He's 35 seconds down to that point. Cameron Rogers has just gone through the lap and gone past our commentary box. He's second fastest, 36.67 seconds down on his teammate Hamish McKenzie.
Yeah.
McKenzie staying in the hot seat at the moment.
So he's lost a little bit of time to McKenzie over that second part there through the middle of the race. He was 17 seconds down on McKenzie in the first time check, and then at the second time check 36 seconds down, but still in second position for Cameron Rogers.
Mies Vlot having to work a little bit harder now to try and secure a little bit more speed and find the tempo required to come back and put himself in a strong position in this individual time trial. It literally is the test of truth. This is the next rider arriving at this particular point. This is Frank Rogilo of Estonia, and this is a good time. 9 minutes 11.56, 7.02 down, second fastest time. He's in the ballpark this afternoon.
Well, a super impressive start from the Estonian rider.
Confirmation there on the right hand side of the first intermediate split. McKenzie, Rogilo, Rogers are the top three.
Well, still a long way to go from that first time check for the Estonian rider, Rogilo. As we're now back to the rider from USA, still 16.3 kilometres to go, Alexander Gustin.
Settling himself into his rhythm, comes from San Diego in the USA. He's the junior individual time trial champion of the United States. A little bit of traffic to encounter for Mies Vlot, coming past the Indonesian rider who's just in front of him.
You're not the best place to pass a rider, but very well done there. And the rider of the Netherlands.
But you'll notice the Indonesian rider doesn't have the aero skin suit or anything. He's got just the top and shorts to ride this time trial with. This rider really putting in a big high tempo now. Alexander Justin of the team of the United States of America. USA in time trialing. They've had some good results in this particular competition. When we look back over the history of this, Taylor Phinney was the winner in 2007. On that occasion, he beat John Degenkolb into second place. They've also had other performances, with Brandon McNulty taking the win in 2016. Adrian Costa was a back-to-back silver medalist. Ian Garrison has also taken a bronze. So has Brandon McNulty added a bronze. So's Lawson Craddock. Craddock took a silver also in 2009. When you start to mention those names, you realise just how important this junior time trial is. Because riders generally find their way from these ranks all the way through to competing at the very highest level. If you go back a lot further, Marcel Kittel was the back-to-back winner, 2005, 2006. Kwiatkowski was the winner in 2008. Luke Durbridge in 2009. Bob Jungels has also taken a victory, a stage winner this year in the Tour de France. As we look out over Bondi Beach, which has got to be Australia's most famous beach.
We have some stunning beaches here in Australia, but certainly in Sydney, if you come to Australia, Bondi Beach is one of the ones that you have to, it's a must-see, you have to visit just for the atmosphere. The Wollongong Harbour, we have been absolutely blessed with the weather in the first days of competition here at the Wollongong World Championships.
Please keep it like that for the coming days.
It's not looking good, Anthony.
Well,
look
let's
at the
hope
weather
it can
forecast.
change. Hopefully by the weekend any storms will have blown through and we'll have great weather for the big races at the weekend, the big road races on Saturday and Sunday, the Women's Elite Road Race and the Men's Elite Road Race. This rider is really producing a lot of power this afternoon. Looking good so far. See whether that translates to the finish.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when he comes through the finish line, his time check at 14.1 kilometres. So he certainly went out very fast and posted the second fastest time. Only 7 seconds off the time of Hamish McKenzie. But I have a feeling that he won't be so close when he comes through that next time check.
Just a reminder, if you've just joined us, This is the Men's Junior World Championship time trial for riders predominantly who do not turn, who are 18 or younger in this year. As we see the arrival of the rider who we enjoyed seeing at the start with his messages on his wrists. This is the Belgian rider, Duarte Maravatscolies.
He's gone through that first time check in third position.
So far, he's going aero and he's pushing watts. This rider is setting a decent standard for himself. He's only 9 seconds off the pace of the Australian, Hamish McKenzie. As we go the other side of the roundabout, Alexander Gustin takes the left-hand side. We took the right-hand side with the camera. It gave you a real indication of just how fast Alexander Gustin is going this afternoon. These side shots just give you that much better example, Rochelle, of the speed of a rider, the way they carry themselves, the way that they're able to produce the watts required to win this day.
You have to be on a really, really good day, is what all the directors of the national teams are saying, that it's such a demanding course with all of the accelerations in the first part of the circuit, in and out of the corners, having the climb there in the middle, and then trying to get into a rhythm for the second part of the race. You really do need to be a bit of an all-rounder in time trialling. You need to be good technically and confident through the corners at high speed.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, and he crashes. Well, he just didn't know where to go, did he?
Really, really unfortunate. He's got some support there. Chains come off.
Well, he just had that moment of not being quite sure he'd taken the right line. Then he kind of saved it, and suddenly everything went wrong.
I think he was looking to go straight through and not turn right, and then he realised at the last minute that it was a right-hand turn.
Well, let's take a look, Rochelle, at the replay, see what happens here.
It looked to me like he was going to swing left, and then he went, oh no, I've got to go right.
And he just ran out of road on the side.
Yeah, and not too quick back onto the bike. Unfortunately, the chain was off, hoping that it would come back on, and it just falls on the inside, and then he has to dismount again whilst the support on. So that's actually his team support that's jumped out of the car very, very quickly to give him some help.
Back on the bike for the American rider. Alexander Gustin with a real problem there. He was lucky not to crash more spectacularly than that. He's back up on the bike. Luckily, he's okay. Just ran out of road when he had that moment of not really knowing which way he was going to go. And it just shows, as we've spoken before, you're right on that limit between amazing performance and it going horribly wrong. And the speeds that these riders are travelling at on these aero bikes, if you make a slight correction like that, things are going to go wrong.
Yeah, well, if you look at the fastest time so far, the average speed of 49 kilometres per hour, they are travelling at very high speeds around the circuit. So just getting his rhythm back. Still going to give everything that he's got. Some riders, after they lost 10 seconds or more in an accident like that, would think, you know, there's nothing I can really do here, but Alex Gustin, he's out there giving everything he's got. In any case,
I'm just looking at some of the intermediate times. We just didn't see Frank Reguillo go through the lap at the end of that first loop around this circuit. Frank Reguillo of Estonia. He's gone through with the second fastest time as we see the arrival of Cameron Rogers to the top of this first climb. This is his second time up here.
so third fastest. He's got some work to do if he wants to match the time of, if he wants to be in that second place position, he's got to pick up a second on leader into the finish. So just 1 second behind the German rider.
Alexander Gustin. He was in that aero tuck then, not able to pedal anymore. It's something that you said a couple of hours ago that is really important, that the riders should just go, I can't go any quicker. Go into the aero tuck and give your legs a rest.
Yeah, we saw some of the experienced riders really struggling with the corners. That's why we say for these taller riders, they certainly would prefer a more straightforward course than these all these tight corners. Well, they're not so tight, but they are difficult at very high speeds.
He's taken a few risks. He knows he's got to find some time from somewhere, having had that crash. Alexander Gustin. There's only been a couple of crashes in the individual time trials, luckily. One of them is Alexander Gustin of the USA. The other one was a spectacular crash of Magnus Sheffield in the men's elite time trial, where he went over the barriers. So 2 crashes, 2 American riders, unfortunately, in these World Championships. Gustin settles in. Still holding himself really well, considering that crash.
Yeah, he had to straighten the handlebars, so they might not be dead straight, which can be very, very frustrating if the time trial bars are not dead straight. But he really does look like he's composed, and we could never tell that he's just had a crash like that. Luckily, everything on his bike seems to be working fine.
Just to remind you then that Hamish McKenzie is the leader for Australia. In second place is Louis Ledard of Germany. Renato Favero is in third place at the finish line. Alexander Gustin concentrating on the workload.
Well, Cameron Rogers of Australia, he went through the 21.8 kilometre time check, just 2 seconds slower than Ledard of Germany. So if he could have a very strong last part of the race, he could cross the line and be in second position at the moment to his fellow countryman Hamish McKenzie. But with a big time difference, Ledard finished 1 minute 34 behind Hamish McKenzie. So we've got a few riders still coming around that went through the first time check, a lot closer to the time of Hamish McKenzie.
This circuit, absolutely superb here, based down on the coast in Wollongong. It makes its way past so many of the landmarks of this particular city as Tom Stevenson arrives at the intermediate time splits. He's going to lose over 2.5 minutes to this point. Doesn't look like he has been on the top of this gear all the way through this individual time trial. Just hasn't seemed to be feeling like everything is pinging the way it needs to do on a day like today. This course starts in around about Marine Drive. It works its way around the circuit, past the Art Gallery, past the Botanic Gardens, works its way through the University of Wollongong, makes its way up Mount Ousley, makes its way down through Fairy Meadow and into the race finish. As it goes around this circuit, it also makes its way through TAFE, New South Wales, which is the Wollongong campus, very important area of the course. The riders go through that campus. Very important, of course, in the education of people in this particular area. It's been used since its foundation in 1943, and it focuses on all sorts of areas, including fitness and nursing, floristry, business leadership. TAFE New South Wales has 130 locations across New South Wales, so we see the riders go whistling their way through that particular establishment during the race. Alexander Gustin nearly 2 minutes down now after that crash.
Yeah, it seems to have rattled him a little bit as well. He went into this climb in a rather large gear out of the seat, and then he had to sit down and really come back a few gears into an easy gear, so not as powerful as he would have hoped coming up this climb.
Back here with the Belgian rider, Duarte Maravec-Scoliez.
Well, he did go through the second time check at 14.1 kilometres in second position to Hamish McKenzie.
We're starting to see the riders in this wave arrive at the finish line. This is Tim Ray riding for Switzerland. Tim Ray making his way to the conclusion of his individual time trial. Let's see what the time is going to be for the Swiss rider. Tim Ray completing his individual time trial. The 18-year-old rider finishes with the 5th fastest time so far. 45.2 kilometres an hour.
Some big time gaps, considering that Hamish McKenzie went out and posted a very, very fast time early in this competition. The second placed rider across the finish line, 1 minute and 34 seconds behind, and the Italian in 3rd position, he is 2 minutes and 34 seconds behind the time of Hamish McKenzie. So we do have some exciting riders to come in the 3rd and especially the 4th wave of riders, as we just see the riders from the 3rd wave doing their last-minute warm-up.
When you look at the results that we've had so far and the sort of times and the average speeds that we're seeing this afternoon, the junior men are riding twice the distance of the junior women. Do you think we'd still get the same results if the junior men rode exactly the same distance as the junior women in the same way we had in the elite races?
No, I think if the men raced the shorter distance, we'd see a different result. However, if the women raced the longer distance, I think we'd see the same result. So that's just my opinion. With this second lap for the men, I think it makes a huge difference, and we see, you know, riders that can go out for 1 lap and really die in that second lap.
Felix Hamill. I just wonder what would happen if you equalised it all. Felix Hamill heading into the finish for Canada to complete this course. And the Canadian rider being urged on by this appreciative crowd. 4th fastest time, 45.5 kilometres an hour for the Canadian rider. If you equalise the men's juniors and women's juniors, then it means that it makes comparisons with the women's elite race and men's elite race, because the distances are exactly the same, and I just wonder how it would work out. I think you're right. I think you would see a different result this afternoon, but this morning would be exactly the same. I don't see how anyone, we won't give it away, but I don't see anyone could have changed that result at all, whether it be 1 lap or 2 laps. Here's the arrival, though, of Cameron Rogers of Australia. Is he going to join his teammate on the hot seat this afternoon? Hamish McKenzie has set a standard that looks pretty hard to beat. 3rd fastest time, another Australian goes into the hot seats.
So he lost just another couple of seconds in that last part of the race to leader of Germany. So he comes in on 3rd position. He'll be up there on the hot seat.
Just to update you then, Hamish McKenzie leads for Australia. Lewis Leadart is in 2nd place and has been there for a significant amount of time now. Cameron Rogers joins his teammate Hamish McKenzie in the hot seats, and they wait to find out what ultimately happens. As far as the intermediate time splits are concerned, well, intermediate 1 still the fastest time, Hamish McKenzie. He also has the fastest time through the lap. And intermediate 2, he has the fastest time by a significant margin. No rider's got anywhere close to him so far. This is Frank Ruggiero, who went through the first intermediate split just 7 seconds down on Hamish McKenzie, which shows just how fast this Australian rider has gone around this course. The Estonian rider 2nd fastest, 54.8 seconds down on the Australian. This is starting to show just how well Hamish McKenzie rode not just the first lap, but the second lap was even more impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he has experience. As we said, he's been on the World Tour. He's had a ride with Jumbo-Visma, and he was labelled as the clear favourite from the international cycling community for today's race. And the Australians just trying to take a little bit of pressure off, saying no, he's not the clear favourite. He'll be amongst it, but trying to take a little bit of pressure off. But we may have seen the winning ride already done and completed.
We might have done.
Not even half the field out there on the road yet.
Well, as far as Australia's concerned, we'd here down on the coast in Wollongong, all the Australian fans would like to see this as the result, that Hamish McKenzie would take the victory. I found out a little bit more about what he's been doing with Jumbo-Visma. He did a 10-day training camp with them, and at the end of it, they're not entirely sure whether... He's not entirely sure whether the development team would be the best option for him at this particular point. Maybe he's one of those riders who feels like, a little bit like Tom Pidcock and other riders, that actually, as we just see the way that Duarte's going through this particular turn, maybe that they feel that as junior riders, perhaps that thought of riding alongside Tadej Pogačar, Remco Evenepoel, Primož Roglic, Wout van Aert and those riders, suddenly that level seems a huge distance away, and if you go into a development team, then you can really start to progress through. Because let's be honest, Remco Evenepoel going junior straight into the elite ranks and winning a Grand Tour a couple of years later is an absolute phenomenon, and not all these junior riders can do that.
No, you're absolutely right that the development programs are there for a reason, and a lot of these riders from the juniors have got good advice now and not overly in a hurry. A lot of riders being offered contracts for Pro Tour level and turning them down to just make sure they get the development right and don't go into a pro team and, you know, in the first couple of years just burn themselves out. So
Tom Stevenson finishes for New Zealand with the 8th fastest time. I can imagine if you're a junior rider who's been riding Junior Nations Cups and you're suddenly put into a scenario where you ride a classic with Tadej Pogačar, Primož Roglic and all those guys, for me that's a huge ask, and you've got to be one extremely sure athlete going from this level to that level to be sure that you can do that.
Yeah, it's a really, really big ask, and you do see the rare rider who can jump from the juniors straight into Pro Tour, the World Tour.
This rider is the 2nd fastest rider on the course. He is setting good times. He's making his way up to the 2nd intermediate split. The arrival of the American, Alexander Gustin, who is going to be a little bit off the pace. Unfortunately, had that crash on that lap. Alexander Gustin looking like he just couldn't decide, was he going right, was he going straight on? Still a respectable time. 4th fastest for the Americans. So despite that crash, that's a good performance.
Yeah, sometimes you can just get that adrenaline rush after a crash too that allows you to get a little bit more out of yourself. So he's finished off a very, very good ride. 4th position for Gustin at the moment. The 2nd fastest man out on the course from Belgium, an outside chance. We had him marked down as an outside chance of a medal, having a very solid ride. So you see the results there from intermediate 2 at the 14.1 kilometre mark.
52.29 seconds down on the Australian rider, Hamish McKenzie. He's a good tip, this one. You sneaked him in as one of your outsiders.
Yeah, he's only got a few seconds over the Estonian rider at that 21.8 kilometre time check. So some close racing in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th positions. Hamish McKenzie still by far the fastest out there.
Pavel Novak of the Czech Republic, the rider who started late, finishes in the 4th fastest time, 46.7 kilometres an hour. He's learned a big lesson about the World Championships, having had to run onto the start ramp and get underway after the beeps had gone past. Here's our hot seats. Hamish McKenzie in the middle, Louis Lidart of Germany, Cameron Rogers on the right-hand side for Australia.
And now you can see the resemblance relation to the famous Mick Rogers.
Talented family, the nephew of Michael Rogers, who's now working at the UCI in an important capacity, looking after all the interests of road and the technicalities of it as well. We mentioned yesterday about the Australian influence, of course, around this event, but not just around this event, but getting involved in all the facets of world cycling now, with Michael Rogers having so much influence now at the UCI and doing a very important role there. Last night I was talking to Mark Renshaw, who's looking after all the safety aspects of this race. Mark Renshaw, of course, in his generation, the best lead-out man bar anybody as far as the sprint was concerned. We go back to the start of the rider from Panama, about to take to the start, Felipe Chan.
All about this 30-plus minute effort.
Underway for Felipe Chan of Panama. And as you're around these World Championships, Duarte Manovic-Scholliers continues with his effort. And certainly the opportunity to catch up with many riders. We mentioned yesterday Cadel Evans is around about these Wollongong World Championships. It's good to see him looking so fit and well. He looks like he get on a bike and give a few people a run for their money even now. Mies Vlot heads in towards the finish for the Netherlands. He was setting some good times earlier on, but it's going to be a 5th fastest time for the Dutchman. Mies Vlot, still Hamish McKenzie in the hot seat. Cadel Evans, I've seen him go out on his bike in the morning and go out for a run in the evening, looking after the guests here. Mark Renshaw looking after the safety aspects, going out on his bike in the morning and then checking the course and making sure everything is okay for these riders. Just checking that the corners are right, and he knows the sort of rider who could go through corners faster than anyone else with a sprint trainer, Mark Cavendish, on his wheel.
Let's see now if Regillo can come in faster than the Australian, Cameron Rogers. He might have to say goodbye to the hot seat. How close will it be?
Hamish McKenzie has the fastest time. Frank Regillo of Estonia looking to try and put himself into the hot seat. Is he going to do that? Yes, he is. 2nd fastest time. The Estonian puts himself into 2nd place.
So leader Germany stays in 3rd position for now. Cameron Rogers will vacate that spot on the podium hot seat.
This is William Colorado Osorio of Colombia. Underway for him. The Colombian jersey we're always used to, with that blue background now. Used to be white with the Colombian stripes around it, but I think they decided that their national championship jersey was the white with the various stripes around about it, so they decided to make the background of the Colombian jersey blue, and that would then differentiate it between its national championship jersey that is awarded to their top riders.
They've had a great experience, these two, haven't they? The World Championships, the home World Championships, sharing the hot seats there for a little while. Just having a chat before Cameron Rogers leaves the podium. This rider will post a good time. How good will it be?
He's chasing the leading time of Hamish McKenzie. Duarte Manovic-Scholliers, this rider is heading towards the conclusion of this ride now. Only 2,000 metres to go for the Belgian.
He's been a Belgium junior individual time trial champion and 4th in the European time trial championships. Will be finishing 2nd position with only 1.8 kilometres to go. A strong ride from Mavri Voigt. Nice part of the circuit here is come down to the beach. one of my favourite walks and rides come through this part of Wollongong.
Next rider on the start, and this is Pau Marti. This rider about to get going for Spain. Underway for the Spanish rider. The sun is starting to drop down a little bit now. It makes it a little bit more difficult for the riders in terms of vision. Tavares heads up towards the conclusion of this ride. We haven't seen him out on the course for Portugal. Still the time of Hamish McKenzie. Still stands 6th fastest time for Goncalo Tavares of Portugal. Finishes his ride. How long is Hamish McKenzie going to sit in the hot seat?
I think it's going to be hours. It's already probably been close to an hour. So, long afternoon for Hamish McKenzie, as we have one more rider from the first wave to finish, and that is the Belgium rider, Durante Marivoit, and he is second through the last time check. So hoping to better the time from the Estonian rider, Gargilo.
We're into our third wave of riders now. We're ticking our way through those. We've just had the first 4 riders in that wave have just started. Here he comes now, though. This is the rider from Belgium who's been setting good times out on the course, chasing a hot seat position. He won't beat the time of Hamish McKenzie. That time has already gone way past. The Australian rider is firmly in that hot seat. Duarte Maravot Scolies. Let's see what the time is going to be as he reaches the conclusion of this time trial. The time is going to be around about 1:20 down. 1:21.44, third fastest time for Duarte Maravot Scolies.
So he was 2 seconds faster than the rider from Estonia through the 21.8 kilometre time check. However, he has finished 2 or 3 seconds off the pace of Gargilo from Estonia. So Hamish McKenzie, 1:19 ahead of his closest rival so far from Australia. Gargilo of Estonia sits in second position.
Wave 2 of this individual time trial is now completed. We have 4 waves in total to decide who's going to take the rainbow bands. This is the Colombian rider, just setting his pace as he goes around that turn. Relatively new to cycling.
Yeah, and you can really see, can't you, with the body language in comparison to that of Hamish McKenzie. The position, the setup, not quite as aerodynamic, not as comfortable on the bike. Big difference in the setups, aerodynamically and stability through the core, as we mentioned before. These riders need to stay absolutely dead still to avoid any wasted energy, and needing to put out larger amounts of power to keep the same amount of speed when they are moving their body around in the wind. It's quite phenomenal, isn't it, how much the aerodynamics, how important it is to stay so stable, be able to produce that power.
It used to be, didn't it, that everyone said, in order to be a top bike rider, ride your bike. That's it. That's all you need to do. It's not the case anymore, is it?
No, it's
These riders are doing all sorts of training.
It's so scientifically calculated too now. There's a lot of apps that you can fill out a few questions when you wake up, and they'll predict if you're coming into some sickness or how your fatigue is going. So much science goes into the preparation now of the riders.
This is the rider from Indonesia, Muhammad Sailan. Riders still warming up, getting themselves ready. This is the Slovenian rider, Nathan Gregoric. But in terms of training, these riders now do weight training. They wouldn't worry about running, whereas you would have never run before. All sorts of differences, aren't they, compared to 10 years ago?
Yeah, the training certainly is very different. And I think at a junior level for these riders, I mean, back in our day, we used to race to feel. didn't we? I'd go on a Wednesday ride with Graham Brown and Chris Sutton down to Wollongong from Helensburgh, or even further south, and the idea was just to hang on. There was no science about it, just to hang on as long as you can. You know, on the most occasions they'd have to wait at the top of Bulleye Pass, which is, or Bald Hill, which the riders will go down in the road race, not up, but on our way back from Wollongong we go up Bald Hill. Really nasty start, steep, sharp climb. The riders will have to descend in the road race.
Oh, that was a little bit of a kick as he came out that corner. Back and okay though.
Yeah, he got control of that back into zero position.
But yeah, all you needed to do was go out with someone quicker than you and just hang on.
Yeah, that was the idea back then. The riders were playing around with the big gear efforts up the climbs, so occasionally you'd see Chris Sutton go up one of the hardest climbs in the Wollongong area, up Bulleye Pass, which is now not accessible for cyclists, but in the big chain ring, which was just unheard of. And they went through a phase of that, you know, really big gears. Then it went back to producing higher powers at a higher cadence.
This is Anton Skutnab of Finland underway. Gets going in the colours of Finland. But now that isn't the case, is it? It's not about going out with a rider and hanging on. You know, you're able to compare yourself on Strava and compare yourself on a Wahoo computer and see how you compare to Tadej Pogacar even, and then work out back from there, if you're a women rider, how you compare to Grace Brown or someone else. It's so different.
Yeah, it's a different world. It's always developing. Everyone's always looking for different. I mean, the thing is with the Strava and all of that kind of thing is that you kind of can see, if you look at Annemiek van Vleuten, how much training she does and her body can handle in comparison to any other female cyclist. It is a huge gap. And that's the benchmark that they can see there. It doesn't mean that if they go out and do 8-hour rides back to back that they're going to be as good as her, but she's developed herself over the years to be able to manage that kind of training. So it does kind of it sets a benchmark, but what riders have to do in order to be the best in the world.
We just saw images of the top three at the moment. Just to remind you, if you've just joined us now, this is the men's junior individual time trial. Hamish McKenzie leads, ahead of Frank Regilo and Duarte Marvot Scolier. They are the top three. William Osorio of Colombia coming up to this split. It's very calm, really composed as he makes his way over the top, just trying to not go into the red. It's going to be a bit of a distance down, 8th fastest to this particular point. 32 seconds is where he is right now in terms of deficit. Last little bit of focus. Rokas Adamaitis of Lithuania. Real meditation state from him, real focus, as he gets ready now and goes out of the starting area to try and do the fastest time.
Well, we can see there the limitations with the restricted gears for the juniors. They really do need to be able to produce power at a very high cadence. The Colombian rider will soon just take off a little bit of the pace to get around this right-hander.
And you can see there how the aero skis, he's not totally comfortable.
Well, he probably wiped off a little bit too much speed through that corner, which means it just takes him an extra 2 seconds to get up to a maximum speed again, and a lot more energy lost when you can't carry that speed and have the confidence to carry that speed through the corners.
Here's our hot seat. Hamish McKenzie there in the middle. Frank Regilo on the left-hand side. They're going to be joined by the Belgian rider, Hamish McKenzie. He's got his jacket on now, a little bit colder as the wind picks up a little bit looking outside our window.
Yeah, it's that they're protected from the sun where they are, so they're not getting the heat of the sun like we are, facing the opposite direction. Sun going down in the north.
Chatting away on those warm-up trainers. This is the start of the next rider. Comes from Azerbaijan. This is Kamran Mirzakhanov. The Azerbaijan rider underway. Look at that, flat out sprint straight off the start.
Yeah, super powerful start there from the Azerbaijan rider. Just exploding out of the blocks. Well, the wind has picked up again. So good decision, as we said before, for the Australians to put their fastest and best hope in Hamish McKenzie out first of all of their Australian riders.
A little bit then of home advantage and home knowledge being utilised there, which is totally allowed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been quite evident over the last few days that there's a lull in the wind in the middle of the day, and then it's quite strong in the morning, a lull in the middle of the day, and then in late afternoon it picks up again.
Hamish McKenzie might be in that hot seat for a long, long time. This is Mihajlo Stolic of Serbia in the foreground in the camera there. Some conversations going on. McKenzie looking a little bit chilly now on that seat. Not necessarily the hot seat anymore. The start of the Italian rider, Nicholas Milesi. About to get going in this individual time trial.
Really great performance in the European Continental Championships. 6th there.
Let's see how he does, Nicholas Milesi.
So dare I say, this is probably his better.
Well, so far in this third wave of riders, we haven't seen anyone go through the first time check as fast as those riders in the second wave. So no threats at this point to those three riders in the hot seat.
Nicholas Milesi underway, an 18-year-old rider, comes from Italy, was just third in Trofeo Buffoni. Finished third in the Italian Road Race Championships and the Italian Time Trial Championships. South African rider, Francois Hofmeyer. And into the first phase of this time trial, Pau Martí Soriano of Spain, choosing to have a full water bottle on that bike. Not aero, not anything, just a proper bottle.
Yeah, very interesting. Scientifically, it is more aerodynamic to have a bottle there, if it's an aero bottle.
Well, you notice on the time trial bikes of UAE Team Emirates, those Colnago time trial bikes, the bikes of Tadej Pogačar, Brandon McNulty and others, the bottle is actually fitted into the frame to create a kind of levelled off section at the bottom of that triangle, which means it fills in the area around about the bottom bracket.
Yeah, it's acting as an aerodynamic fairing, the water bottle, when it's very well fitted to the bicycle.
There's the image there of the bike and the way that that's filled in quite nicely. And the rules have changed recently, haven't they? So that the bikes can have that little filled-in section as he gets through this next turn. It used to be that you had to have this triangle exactly right, and there's a rule about the size of the tubes you're allowed. They're still in place, but it has changed a little bit that allows that filled-in section. This is Campbell Parrish of Canada. Starts off quite steadily. Those guys in the hot seat, the same as yesterday, just spend most of their time on their phones.
Yeah, I guess they want to communicate with family, and it's It's quite a difficult thing, I think, for these riders. I mean, not just mentally, but physically after such a hard effort to have to sit still for a few hours in some cases. Likely to be the case of Hamish McKenzie. It might be the longest anyone's ever sat on the top of a hot seat podium. If anyone out there wants to let us know of a record time that someone's had to sit in a hot seat.
Yeah, let us know. I can't remember.
I can't remember the exact length of time somebody has sat on the top step of the hot seat and for how long.
This Spanish rider, 17 years of age, finished 5th in the Spanish Road Race Championships as a junior, given the opportunity to ride this particular time trial. So far has had some consistent performances in the Junior Nations Cup. There's that image of that bottle, which you would normally expect to be an aero bottle.
Yeah, but I think they still say that having a bottle there, even if it's not aero, is better than not having a bottle at all. So if he hasn't got the resources to have an aero cage and an aero bottle, still a better option maybe than not having a bottle at all aerodynamically.
Benjamin Eckersdorfer rides for Austria. Just getting ready to dive down that start ramp. And underway for the rider from Austria. This gives you a nice idea of the different types of textile used in the making of these aero seats. You see the different effects from that sunlit shots on the rider, the different fabrics that are used on the shorts and on the shoulders, a bit smoother on the back.
Yeah, they're definitely using different materials in different sections, given the frontal surface area and the parts of the body that are pushing through the wind. We've mentioned it a few times, but scientifically there is materials now that have proven to be faster than skin. So they try to cover as much skin as possible that is exposed to that frontal surface area to the wind. So a lot of sock height too. The UCI have a regulation of how high your socks can actually be, and I think these ones are pushing the limit. Right on the limit there for Parish Campbell.
Just jumping across to the right-hand side of the road for the Canadian rider. No one has really got anywhere close so far to any of the times of Hamish McKenzie.
Now in this third wave of riders, I wouldn't be surprised if there's no one coming close. And then the fourth and final wave of riders, we have some big favourites in there. But as we said, coming into this time trial, Hamish McKenzie was labelled by many people as the clear favourite.
This is this intermediate time split. Campbell Parish coming up to the back wheel of number 32 in front of him. Kazuma Fujimura of Japan goes flying past on the other side of the road. The rider who won a stage of the Tour de l'Abitibi earlier on in the season, back in July. Canadian rider. Goes absolutely steaming past. No one is able to stay with that sort of momentum. Has ridden the Junior Track World Championships, Campbell Parish.
Some more beautiful shots of the Wollongong Harbour there.
There's a lot to do around this particular area. Wollongong Harbour, the Blue Mile, one of the city's most popular foreshore areas. It's got the shared path stretching from Stuart Park in the north to the Wollongong Golf Club in the south. In the section in the middle, 500 metres between Belmore Basin and the North Beach Pavilion is known as the Tramway. Used to be used by trains to take coal from the local mines to the harbour in the late 1800s and the early 1900s.
time trials.
Francois Hofmeyer of South Africa about to get going.
Continental Championships, third place there as well.
2-minute intervals for the riders this afternoon.
The South African. Just waiting now. He only gave the last 20
You can
seconds.
see he's got his thumb on his
A bit
computer
more
there.
The Wollongong as he rolls down the ramp.
Start the computer at 5 seconds.
Starts that computer. Now, they're starting the computer, aren't they? But the riders tend now to set a lap on their computer so they can send the file immediately to their coaches, can't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about not necessarily reading data as you ride, but having that data to analyse after the ride and just knowing, you know, where you're pushing peak powers and where you really dropped in your power, whether you overdid it in the first half of the race or if you underdid it. So very important for the riders to have the data from a big ride like this where they're freshened up, they've done everything possible to get the best performance they can. So a lot of riders will be producing their maximum power that they've ever done over this distance and time.
But the coach will get that file no matter where they are, won't they? They could be sitting in Great Britain right now, or sitting in Italy, or sitting in New Zealand, or here in Australia. But it gives them all their data, their power, their heart rate, their cadence, everything, so it can all be analysed. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. The coaches will have it as soon as they press the stop and save button, and when they make a phone call a couple of hours later to chat to the coach, they'll already get some really, really handy feedback about their ride.
Coaching all important at this sort of level. Nicholas Malesi, the Italian rider, heading towards this intermediate time split. This is in Mount Ousley, and the 9th fastest time for the Italian to this particular point. Average speed 44.5 kilometres an hour for Malesi.
Just counting down, John.
We're almost at the end of this third wave of riders. This is Mihajlo Stolic riding for Serbia. Serbian rider goes sprinting off the start.
One of the very few riders we see start without a disc wheel in the back of the bike. Just a lack of resources. Campbell Parrish from Canada looking very smooth.
It really does vary here, doesn't it? The amount of support staff that you've got. You can be a little nation with hardly any help. And then you've got the big nations like Australia, Great Britain and others who've got soigneurs here, mechanics, masseur, they've got everything.
Yeah, like the big nations will definitely have as many staff members as they do riders at a World Championship. In a European World Championship, they'd probably have double the amount of staff as they do riders. But the smaller nations we've seen actually travel to World Championships without any equipment and trying to source it when they get there. The local bike shop or somebody will loan them a bike to participate. So there is a big varying difference, and especially in the juniors, being able to get those resources. They're more talented riders that can produce the powers on the indoor trainers. They'll have people that will give them the opportunity to use the best equipment. But from the smaller nations, it's very, very difficult. Flagstaff Hill. Nice little criterium circuit around there. It's been raced by many local Australians.
Looks like a great place to have a criterium unless it's blowing a gale.
Yeah, and most of the time it is out on the point there with the breeze coming from the ocean.
The arrival of Campbell Parrish to the first intermediate time split here at Dumfries Avenue, 18th fastest time. Got to find a little bit more speed if he wants to figure in the results. 38.56 seconds down at the first intermediate split. This is the Polish rider, the last rider in wave 3, Dominik Ratajczak.
A lot of these riders will be starting this World Championship knowing that they... Oh, just saved that. That was a little bit nerve-wracking.
That was a little bit close.
Yeah, a lot of the riders knowing that they just don't have the power, or they're not as well suited to this course, that are lining up for experience, and just to see what they can do in regards to their own personal performance. We're going to get
Here's
a replay.
Take a look at this, Rochelle. Just a little bit tight.
It looked like he was heading towards the gutter, but he didn't overreact, and I think that's what saved him there.
He knew exactly by the millimetre how wide that road was. Any more than he was over the side, and that was going to be a big crash. The adrenaline will certainly be pumping through him now as he carries on with this time trial. Might lift him a little bit for a while. 20 kilometres of racing still to go.
Campbell Parrish from Canada, he was 18th through the first 7.1 kilometre time check. 38 seconds already down on the very phenomenal time we saw from Hamish McKenzie, the Australian, who's very comfortably just sitting in the hot seat.
This is Benjamin Eckersdorfer of Austria, coming up to that split. 14th place for Benjamin Eckersdorfer of Austria. Well, thanks very much for joining us. I'm Anthony McCrossan, alongside me, Rochelle Gilmore, as we bring you the junior men's individual time trial. Let's update you on what's happened so far. 3 riders in the hot seats at the moment. The leading rider is Hamish McKenzie of Australia. He has a big advantage on the second place rider. He's ridden early, and he's ridden where the wind conditions were a little bit more favourable. Australia have been pretty clever this afternoon in making sure that their best rider is in the hot seat, and he's 1 minute 19 seconds ahead of Frank Ruggiero in second place, and Duarte Maravacholier in third place of Belgium, 1 minute 21.44 seconds down. We are getting our way through the third wave of riders. The riders go in 2-minute intervals. 3 waves so far, the 4th wave coming up. We can see in the background at the moment, Rochelle, the trees moving much more violently than they did before as William Colorado Osorio goes through with the 8th fastest time. It looks like this wind is getting much, much stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said earlier, it was a great call for Australia to put Hamish McKenzie off in the first wave of riders, the first of the 3 Australians to go out onto the course, and he's posted the fastest time as the wind is picking up now in the afternoon. In the 4th wave of riders, we do have a very big handful of potential medalists, but they will have to contend with a lot stronger winds than Hamish McKenzie. Rider of Ukraine there, Simon. We see another rider now just coming through the first intermediate time check. The rider from Slovenia will post 10th fastest time through the first intermediate time check.
44.3 kilometres an hour for Nathan Gregoric. It must be incredible for a junior rider to come to the World Championships for Slovenia and be sitting at some point in the hotel with a double Tour de France winner in Tadej Pogačar.
It's such a great experience for the juniors to be included in the team. So the team consists of the elites, the under-23, the men, the women, the juniors, and they do get that experience. I remember way back in 1998, I think the Road World Championships were in Valkenburg, and I was a youngster in the junior categories and sharing a hotel with the likes of Cadel Evans and some of the really big names. Mick Rogers may have been there as well. So it really does inspire the juniors, and sometimes they get the opportunity to have a chat with the elite riders that give them some advice, and it's just a little tiny thing that gives them massive inspiration.
Do you remember the first time when you were a rider who went to a World Championship, pulled on the green and gold of Australia, and how it felt, and the fact that you were with some of the top riders?
Yeah, it's a really, really special occasion for any rider to pull on their national jersey. Having so much pride in the national jersey, and when the team comes together and how many people are supporting you, it's a great, really great feeling. And for the young riders here in the juniors, just to make it here and to have the opportunity to ride a World Championship is a big step and something that they'll treasure for the rest of their lives.
Very special moments for these junior riders as they embark on their cycling careers. Some of them training and performing like pros already, albeit, and they are well deserved for getting to this point in their careers. Still a huge way to go, but they are getting to this point. If they are representing their country, then maybe that dream is going to happen. Campbell Parrish continues with his time trial. Still in the hot seats are Hamish McKenzie of Australia, Frank Regillo in second place, and Duarte Marivot Scoliers is in third place for Belgium. The Estonian rider in second place, 1 minute 19 seconds behind. There we are with our hot seats. Give us a wave. Hamish McKenzie. What an afternoon this young rider's having. Sitting in gold medal position with a big advantage, with all the world watching him.
Well, as we've said earlier in the program, there are a lot of agents sitting in the VIP area very closely watching these junior riders and looking to spot some talent.
Well, sitting opposite us a few moments ago was Manuel Quinziato. Of course, had an incredible career as a rider, more known as a domestique, won quite a lot of big races, but he helped so many top riders to huge victories. Giovanni Lombardi, he's also here. He looks after some of the top riders in the world. He was sitting opposite us. And Dario Cioni was also there, who's a team director, of course, in cycling. So those three sitting around a table for a moment, I'm sure, looking for talent, looking to spot who the next big rider is going to be. If they don't know it already, they're making sure they don't miss anybody.
That's right. A lot of these junior riders will complete today's course, and during the next days they'll have visits at the hotel and agents trying to sign them up. So it's a really wonderful experience for the juniors to be included in the same World Championship as the elite riders.
Now, as far as the agents are concerned, the teams tend to use them in a much different way, whereas before the agents would take a rider to a team. Now the teams go to the agents and say, this is the sort of rider I want, who do you have? And they use them in a much more turned around way, as we see Mihajlo Stolic, 24 years of age, going across. And the only rider we've seen so far today riding on a road bike setup, and I wonder if he's had a bike change, because I didn't notice that at the start. No, both his bikes have got dropped handlebars.
Yeah, it could be a lack of resources. It could be the fact that it's a very technical course. If he's not too experienced with the high-speed downhill corners, he might just feel more comfortable on a road bike. But it would be nearly impossible, I think, to take a medal or win a World Championship on a road bike. So just out there for the experience of going through the steps of a World Championship.
On the climb then, Simon Seaman, as he continues with this climb towards the top. You noticed earlier on, which I hadn't figured straight away, that many of these riders are on manual gears as opposed to electronics that we're used to. So that frontal area has the wires still exposed compared to what we're used to in the Tour de France and other sort of races.
Yeah, it's still the junior category, and I think some of the nations just don't have the resources and finances to go that next step with the electronic gearing, which has proven to be a lot more efficient for the riders.
24th fastest time over that split, but just behind is the Polish rider Dominik Ratajczyk, coming up to this point, and looks like this is a good time so far for the Polish rider. 20th place. Just shows at 37 seconds how close
all of the
this race is.
Yeah, 20 riders within 37 seconds at the first time check. But I think Hamish McKenzie will be quite confident now that none of these riders out on the course are likely to challenge his time, as we've seen every rider now of this third wave go through the first intermediate time check. No riders within 10 seconds at that first time split.
Let's just talk about the final group of riders as we watch the Ukrainian rider making his way towards the finish. In this final phase of riders coming up shortly, we have got the big names, the riders we anticipate might win this title. But do you think they're going to be worrying now about Hamish McKenzie because of the weather maybe changing a little bit with the wind, and because it looks like it's a standard that is going to be really hard to beat?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they will be nervous about the time and the performance of Hamish McKenzie. Certainly had really good conditions out there and had a perfect, superb ride. So talking about the big favourites, Josh Tarling from Great Britain will definitely be hoping to be on the podium.
Let's just bring in William Colorado Osorio of Colombia. He's just going to complete his ride as he concludes this individual time trial. The Colombian rider in the background, cruising his way in towards the finish. Just ahead of him was the Panama rider, 8th fastest time for the Colombian. Who do you think in this final group are the riders we really need to keep a good eye on?
I think the last two riders that go off in the final wave, Joshua Tarling from Great Britain and also Jens Verburg from the Belgium team, he'll definitely be one to watch. And I think along with Hamish McKenzie, those are the three riders we would have expected to see on the podium. So depending on the wind and how much it's going to pick up or drop off, it'll be interesting to see if those are the three riders that end up on the podium.
This is how things look at the moment. There is our current leader on the right-hand side from Tasmania, Hamish McKenzie, 35 minutes 18.45. Frank Regilio of Estonia and Duarte Maravet-Scolies of Belgium, 1 minute 21.44 down. Hamish McKenzie, tomorrow morning, if he wins this, he's going to celebrate his biggest talent. He's been able to cook runny eggs every single morning for his breakfast. Ukrainian rider, 4.6 kilometers from the finish. So you think Verbrugge and Josh Tarling are the biggest riders in terms of facing Hamish McKenzie?
I think they are the two riders that could come close to the time. As we just watch these riders navigate the tricky corners here. And also one more Australian to come out in William Eves. He'll also want to post a pretty good time. I think it'll be very difficult for these riders to match the time of Hamish McKenzie, but we might see something special from the last two riders.
Let's see how this continues as we run in towards the finish of this particular phase of this time trial. Things are looking good for Australia as far as a medal is concerned, at least with Hamish McKenzie, but you just never know. This is a race of margins.
Well, Hamish McKenzie is still a minute 19 faster than his next rival across the finish line. The Estonian rider, Ragilo, you can see there just on his phone, as is the Belgium rider.
No surprises there then.
Nicholas Milizzi from Italy.
Malaysia with that radio stuck right in the middle of the back there. The riders in contact with their team cars. They won't necessarily talk though, will they? It'll all be information coming in one direction.
Yeah, that's right. They'll very, very rarely speak back to the coach. It's just to get some information about right hands and left hand corners coming up. In some cases, time checks they'll want to know, but the most important information they are wanting to hear is the next corner, right or left, and sometimes the coach will tell them move to the right of the road, it's faster, it's more protected, or move to the left. So getting those constant reminders too. A coach might even go to the length of telling them to drop down a gear or drop one gear easier, or to increase your pedal revolutions. In most cases on this course, they're using the biggest gear that's available to them.
You notice on his bike, the Italian rider there, Nicholas Milesi, riding one of the ex-Trek Segafredo team bikes. As we see Paul Marti of Spain coming in to conclude his time trial. He's going to be still outside the time of Hamish McKenzie, 35:18.45, and it is going to be for the Spanish rider 20th fastest time. Where we see Malaysia on that Trek Segafredo bike, sometimes the trade teams do link in with the nations to help them with equipment and the future.
Yeah, absolutely. There's relationships there where some of the junior development teams will have a relationship with the pro team in regards to equipment. Sometimes it'll be the bike manufacturers themselves asking if the pro teams could make their bikes available at the end of the season for developing riders.
The Italian squad linked, of course, with Luca Gersholena, who is the general manager of the Trek Segafredo team. He's probably helped out the Italian Federation, or Trek have decided to support that as well, to just try and give these younger riders the good equipment to race on. You can see there that Trek Segafredo team bike as he goes over the top of that climb. Onto the descent now for the Italian. Just having to find a little bit more angle around that particular corner. Sixth fastest through that intermediate split for Malaysia. 1 minute 14 seconds down. McKenzie's time is looking more and more stable in that hot seat. We are seeing some good riders here not get anywhere close to the time of the Australian.
Yeah, super impressive ride, and he looks very relaxed there. He's happy with his ride. Obviously, he'll analyse it a little bit more closely in a few days' time, see if he can get some feedback. Even if he is the winner of the gold medal, time trial riders will always analyse their data to see if there's any room for improvement. One kilometre to go for Simon of Ukraine.
Looking out over Wollongong as we get set for the showdown in this men's junior time trial. The last few riders to go include Josh Tarling, who last year was the silver medalist in this World Championship. Jens Verbrugge of Belgium, who was second in the European Championship. Also the Luxembourger Mathieu Kockelman, and we're also going to see the final Australian of this championship in the junior men, William Eves, go off the start line. Ukrainian rider about to reach the finish line now. He concludes his time trial with the 24th fastest time. What we haven't noticed here is many of the roof racks of these junior riders packed with any bikes, and I'm sure that must really help. Particularly, we talked about it yesterday with aerodynamics and able to push the riders along, but where these riders have got a restricted gear, I would imagine it gives you even more of a benefit because you can't pedal any quicker.
Yeah, if they did have the resources, you can see the spare bike is not even a time trial bike on the follow car of this rider. So if he was to have a mechanical and need a spare bike, it would be his road bike. So just a lack of availability or resources. Jens Verbrugge, we've had said one of the favourites, a rider that may be able to push the time of Hamish McKenzie. Very, very focused there, doing his last warm-up.
Jens Verbrugge, the son of Rick Verbrugge, who was a former pro rider, of course, for teams like Lotto and Quickstep and Cofidis. He's now the sports director at Israel Premier Tech, as Anton Skutnab comes in for Finland. Hamish McKenzie stays in the hot seats. 35 minutes, 18.45 is the leading time for the Australian rider. 15th fastest, Anton Skutnab, riding for Finland as he concludes his time trial. Jens Verbrugge then will be going out towards the end of the field. Penultimate rider to go. His dad won 3 stages of the Giro d'Italia. He won the Criterium International, a stage of the Tour de France. He's a top sports director at Israel. A rider who will have certainly be able to call on some guidance to help him with his cycling career. As we focus on Nicholas Milesi, 3.3 kilometres to go for the Italian rider in this junior time trial. And we're getting close then to the start of the next phase of riders. We're around about 9 minutes until the final group of riders, the final wave, starts off with Artem Schmidt of the United States of America.
You can just hear that beautiful sound of the disc wheel there. Milesi looking very comfortable now that he's on the home stretch back into the finish. The rider that we saw struggle on a couple of corners is now feeling very comfortable on this section of road.
Arriving at the finish is the rider from Lithuania, Rokas Sodomaitis. Still chasing that time of Hamish McKenzie. I think we're going to be saying that for a little while yet. Sodomaitis is almost at the end of his individual time trial. Comes up to the line and he's going to set a time which was the 14th fastest time. 45.3 kilometres an hour for the Lithuanian rider as he concludes this time trial.
You can see the adopted hand position there. They're copying what the pros are doing at a very young age. Back to the hot seat there, Hamish McKenzie.
He's been there for a considerable amount of time. He started, of course, at 1:27 in the afternoon. He rode a time of 35 minutes, so he finished just before 2 o'clock. It's now approaching 4 o'clock in the afternoon. He took a little bit of time just to get himself freshened up after that individual time trial, but now he's been sat there for nearly 2 hours.
Yeah, a big ask from a rider after such a huge effort. You know, walking around and some active recovery, perhaps a better option than just sitting there in the shade, in the hot seat. But in any case, he's enjoying definitely his time at a home world championship, sitting there on the #1 spot. Plenty of photographs will be taken. Even if he doesn't win this world title, he's had a significant amount of time in that hot seat, sitting on the #1 step of the podium.
He won 2 national titles at the 2022 National Road Championships. He rides for the team of ARA Pro Racing Sunshine Coast. Great performances. He won the time trial and the men's criterium. As the next phase of riders get ready to go, the Australian rider, William Eves. There he is as he gets set for his big test this afternoon. Hamish McKenzie hoping to ride a Tour of Flanders sometime in his cycling career.
Also big ambitions to medal here at the Junior World Championships.
The arrival of the Italian rider, Nicholas Milesi. See what this time is going to be, again outside the time of the current leader.
He's putting in a huge effort towards the finish line. Plenty left in the tank. He was just emptying himself now. You can see the pain on his face as he crosses the finish line in 5th position. 1 minute 38 down on the leader, Hamish McKenzie.
5th fastest time for the Italian rider. Looked strong all the way through his ride, just couldn't find the speed of the top 3 riders at the moment.
I'm getting quite excited about this last wave of riders to go off and see if any riders can get close to the time of Hamish McKenzie, the Australian, sitting in the hot seat. Oh, beautiful shots there of the local area.
The second time the World Championships have been held in Australia. First ever time, of course, here in Wollongong. It is such a different place to have a World Championship. Last year we were in Flanders, which is in contrast to here in Wollongong.
We're just seeing a replay here of the finish of Hamish McKenzie, who sits in the hot seat. Well, was that the winning ride? That's the big question.
Are these the medalists? We'll find out soon enough, because this final phase of riders is about to get underway. The riders just getting focused. Jules Luchtart of the Netherlands getting focused and ready.
A long day for these riders. They would have woken up early due to jet lag, possibly, and then having to wait until late afternoon to start their individual time trial. Here in Wollongong, the World Championships, a lot of nervous energy can be lost in the build-up to a ride at the World Championships as well.
Here's our Serbian rider, Mihailo Stolic, up to the top of the climb as we see the arrival of the Canadian, Campbell Parrish, coming in to conclude this individual time trial. Campbell Parrish, 28.8 kilometres of racing this afternoon, 264 metres of elevation. Campbell Parrish is concluding his individual time trial, and he reaches the line with the 15th fastest time. Five more riders in that phase of racing to conclude the course.
Well, in this wave 3, every rider out on the course, 16 riders went off in phase 3, and it doesn't look like any of those riders have come close to the top 3 times through the intermediate time checks. No one really threatening those hot seat positions.
Here's the Austrian, Benjamin Eckersdorfer. Time of Hamish McKenzie is just out of reach for the majority of these riders. No one is getting anywhere near this Australian rider. Eckersdorfer concluding his time trial, spinning flat out into the finish. A respectable ride in 8th place, 46.5 kilometres an hour. We're ready then for the start of the next phase, the final wave of riders that contains all the big names, the riders who believe that it's possible to beat the Australian Hamish McKenzie. Is McKenzie going to sit still in that hot seat? Is he going to hold fast? Or is someone else going to take the title away from him? We're going to know pretty shortly how this is going to play out. Here's the standings as we go into the final wave. McKenzie of Australia, Regilo of Estonia, and Maravotskolias of Belgium. They're the top 3 as we go into this final section of riders. He's still there. He's been there all afternoon. Over 2 hours he's been sat in that hot seat now. Back out on the course. Artem Schmidt of the United States of America has been the first rider in this next wave to roll off the start gate and get himself into his ride. This rider is a very good time trialist. We wait and find out whether he can set a good time at the first of the intermediate splits. USA have won this title before with Taylor Phinney. See the speed as he flies his way through that roundabout, carrying a lot of speed. The Eritrean rider is next to go, Aklulu Erifani.
You can see he's riding with a standard road helmet, but he has covered those vents with what seems to look like some sort of cling wrap, just to give a little bit more aerodynamics.
Nathan Gregoric of Slovenia, heading towards the end of his individual time trial. He finishes with the 10th fastest time, 46.2 kilometers an hour.
That makes him top 10 for the moment.
It's quite difficult for the riders now with that dropping sunshine that you get real shine into some of these corners and you just don't quite see what the corner looks like.
Yeah, the visibility is definitely a little bit more tricky for these riders, and they'll have to rely very heavily on the voices from the coaches in the car that's following them in regards to where to be on the road and what corners are coming up. Well, we can see a lot higher speed now from the American than we have from some of the riders in that last wave.
Artem Schmidt looks to be getting some power out of that bike. We'll find out at the first split how that is translating. Does he just look to be moving quick, or is he actually moving quick? He seems to have some good momentum, although he does pull the bike around a little bit.
Yeah, he's certainly not as smooth as the likes of McKenzie.
Here's the start of the final Australian rider. Comes from Burnie in Tasmania. William Eves is about to get going. The Oceania time trial champion. Just spent 2 months racing in Europe on the Australia under-19 camp alongside Hamish McKenzie. Let's see how William Eves does as he goes off the start line for Australia, immediately sprinting to get up to speed.
As we said before, that it's a nice feeling for these junior riders to be surrounded by cameras and just realise they're competing at a world championship. Focusing now. You can see that radio taped in his ear there. And William Eves just putting out some good power and speed to start this time trial.
Looks super smooth, doesn't he, as he makes his way into the first couple of minutes of this particular ride. Looking for a nice corner there, nice flowing corner to keep the momentum on this bike. 28 kilometers to go.
He's got a very good position. I noticed on the starting ramp, he's one of the very few riders that are not wearing a visor with the aero helmet. He's chosen to wear sunglasses instead of the visors that usually come with the helmets. That could be due to comfort, or it could be due to representing a sponsor with the sunglasses. But he's got that time trial position pretty good for the World Championship here. He just doesn't, nobody yet has really looked as comfortable on the bike and as well positioned as Hamish McKenzie did. He really looked like a rider that you could see in the elite ranks. There's a New Zealander now on the start line. It's Lewis Boa.
Lewis Boa was 4th in the Oceania Time Trial Championships, about to get started. In that famous black kit of New Zealand. This rider looks like he is pedalling incredibly quick, Artem Schmidt, but is that all power going through to the ground, to the pedals, through the wheels and onto momentum? I'm not so sure yet. Let's wait and find out. I think you're right. Hamish McKenzie looked like he wasn't on restricted gears. He looked so smooth.
His pedalling style, it's just so long ago now to try and compare the cadence. But I do believe that Hamish McKenzie had a little bit of a higher cadence, and they are in the biggest gear that they have on the bike through this section.
Artem Schmidt looking to set the fastest time at the intermediate time split. The first split, the fastest time is still McKenzie in a time of 9 minutes 4.54. He averaged almost 47 kilometres an hour to that first intermediate split, considering we're going up a considerable climb to that point, Mount Ousley.
Yeah, they certainly make it look a lot easier than it would be for you or I. It's quite a steep, demanding little pinch.
This is the arrival of the Serbian rider Milo Stolic, concluding this individual time trial. Going to be outside the time, as we've said so many times, outside the time of Hamish McKenzie. Milo Stolic, the time is going to be good enough for 22nd place so far. Only one more rider left to finish in that wave as we go back to the start. This is Thibaut Gruel of France.
I think we could expect to see a pretty decent time from the rider from France. You can see how small the chain rings are there on the junior bikes compared to the elites.
William Eves, a tiny front gear with a small sprocket on the back.
Yeah, they spend the majority of the course in the biggest gear that they have on the bike. It's only when they go up that climb of Mount Ousley that we see them using their smaller gears. William Eves looking very comfortable.
We've looked at the front chainring of a lot of the riders. It's been a lot bigger than this. What would make Eves choose a smaller ring on the front and use a smaller ring on the back? Is that for the chain being a bit smoother or just his pedalling style?
I think it's to keep the chain in the middle of the cassette rather than dropping from the big chain ring to the small chain ring. On the climb here, you've seen a lot of the riders in the big chain ring and the smallest gear they have on the back, which is the biggest cassette, and that puts some tension on the chain when it's not dead straight. So choosing a chain ring that's a little bit smaller will allow his chain to remain in a straight line rather than on that extreme angle of the big ring and the biggest cassette on the back.
Fourth fastest time for Artem Schmidt through the intermediate time split, 13.8 seconds down on the time of McKenzie. So he's in the ballpark. He has a chance because we do know you go over the top here, you need to keep the momentum going. Otherwise, you can lose significant amounts of time before the finish is reached. Artem Schmidt into this fast section downhill where you lose the ability to pedal anymore. Confirmation on the right-hand side that was the splits. The start then of the Kazakh rider Alexei Vaganov. Huge gear. He tries to get over as he makes his way off the start line. This rider could be an outsider for the win.
Yeah, absolutely, and he looks like he's really in the zone there. One of the riders that we've picked, young Christian from Switzerland. We've definitely got him down as a favourite to take a medal.
20 kilometres to go for the American Artem Schmidt.
13 seconds down at the first time split.
He's looking good. He's got the head right down on those forearms. You can see the contoured material on the right and left shoulder there that helps the airflow over the back of the rider. trying to use this aero bike. Got the top Pinarello machine that he is utilising here, similar to that that's used by Ineos Grenadiers and the likes of the Tour de France. Artem Schmidt pedalling his way also through these corners as we go back to the start line with the Norwegian, Jørgen Nordagen. Are we going to see another Norwegian gold medal and world title this afternoon?
It would be an absolutely amazing thing to see. The morale in the Norwegian team must be so high. As we see the start now for the Dutchman.
Well, the amount of gold that they've won already, it's going to be quite expensive for them to take home. This is the rider from the Australian team, Will Eves. Choosing, as we've mentioned before, not to wear the long sleeves on this particular skin suit. Chosen to ride a very small front chainring, but it seems to be able to give him momentum, so he never feels like the gear is on top of him. He's always on top of turning that gear over.
Well, you can see here on the climb that he's not needing to use the largest cassette on the back of his bike because he's got that smaller chainring.
The time to beat at this intermediate time split is that of his teammates.
Well, 8:07.
The time of his teammate is a 9:04, and it's coming up now. He's going to be outside it. Will Eves. Can he set the fastest time here at the top of this climb? He's going to be outside that of Hamish McKenzie, his teammate. Will Eves goes through there. To give you a bit of a comparison, it's around about 9:30, so he's outside the time of his teammate, which was a 9:04.
Estonian here, counting down now.
Start of the Estonian rider, Romet Pajur. We're not quite sure of the time yet of Will Eves. He's trying to reset and get his time. It looks like he was around about 9:30 as he went over that split point, so McKenzie would still be in the lead. Artem Schmidt continues with his time trial. American rider. Let's see how he is when he gets to the finish line this time. Artem Schmidt, 18 years of age, rides for the Hagens Bermans team for next season and the season after. So he's been noticed by Axel Merckx, who runs that Hagens Berman team. He's going to take him into that squad, and watch out for this rider in a couple of years' time, because if you go into that team, you generally then get signed by a World Tour team in the future. He was second in the national time trial, second in the national road race. Since then, he's taken some victories in the Junior Rundfahrt in Austria. He won the mountains classification. He was 4th overall, and he won one of the stages in Strasse Mattergau. Next rider to go, Stepan Tulecki, riding for the Czech Republic. Only 7 riders to start after this.
We're really getting down to the business end of this junior men's time trial here at the Wollongong World Championships.
Artem Schmidt coming up towards this end of the lap. Fastest lap point to here is still McKenzie, 17 minutes 18.46. This looks like a decent time from the American rider. Once you go into the Agans-Berman team, you get that set up like that Pinarello bike that he is riding right now. Well, Schmidt is going to go through the lap point shortly. He's at 1 kilometre to go, but looking at the timings, McKenzie went through here in 17:18.49 through the finish line, and Artem Schmidt is going to be quite a few seconds outside of that. The Australian rider looks like he might well stay in the hot seat for a little while longer this afternoon.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, if Hamish McKenzie, is he getting more nervous or is he getting more confident sitting there in the hot seat? A few fast riders still to come, but nobody really challenging his intermediate split times out there on the road. This is one of the riders we had as an outside favourite, but already more than a minute down on the time of Hamish McKenzie at the first time split.
Amazing how much time you can lose in 7 kilometres.
8th place, he crosses that first intermediate split.
Loses 1 minute 17 seconds.
If I was Hamish McKenzie, I'd be feeling quite confident. But as we said, the last two riders, Jens Verbroek of Belgium and Joshua Tarling of Great Britain, they are the two big names that go off second last and last riders.
Big moment now for the Norwegian. Can he keep up the momentum of this nation who've already won 2 golds, 2 rainbow jerseys?
Oh, it would be an absolute dream to see Norway contest the gold medal here and to have a 3rd World Championship. They've already exceeded expectations with 2 gold medals. So Jørgen Nordhagen is out there. He's the national champion of Norway in the individual time trial, 10th in the European Championships. So certainly got some pedigree in time trialling. But this is a unique course. It's not a time trial specialist general course. It can give very surprising results given that it's quite technical with a lot of corners. You need to have some explosive power. You need to have confidence to carry speed through the corners. You need to be able to climb well, punchy, you know, really strong rider over that climb. And then also for these juniors, they have to have very good power at a high cadence on the fast flat sections on their restricted gears.
That was a shot of our current podium as we go back here with Jens Verbrugghe, one of the definite favourites for this title. His dad having achieved so much in his cycling career, Jens just beginning his. It's interesting now you've got the sons and nephews, and earlier on the daughters of some of the top riders in the world for so long, coming through to this point and now delivering some terrific performances in these World Championships. This is Will Eves. The start then of the Swiss rider, Jan Christian, another rider who we think has got a chance of a medal, was 7th in the World Championships last year. Steady start off the start ramp for Jan Christian. This last little bit of warming up for the riders before they get onto the start ramp. Sprinting flat out is Will Eves. It's amazing how this little rise up this climb, heading towards the finish line in Wollongong, really starting to hurt these riders because they've gone out so fast from the start that they get to this point and it's a real strength sapper, isn't it? It doesn't feel like this the first time you go up it.
But if you remember the ride so long ago of Hamish McKenzie, he was on the 2nd lap, staying in the aero position, just using his gears to drop an easier gear to get over this part of the climb. He didn't need to get out of the seat. Will Eves, he went through the first time check at 7.1 kilometres in 10th position, 26 seconds down on McKenzie. Now we're coming into the final riders Young Christian, one of the favourites from Swiss. He's European road race champion, national champion in the individual time trial. And the overall winner of Tour de Vaud, so he's had a good season, the Swiss rider. But it's a big ask, isn't it, to match that time of McKenzie.
You'll notice he's riding one of these Climax machines, which has the filled-in bottom section to that V. You can see it there. It's a water bottle, but it fits in perfectly, and it helps with the aerodynamic drag through the chainring and that pedal section of the bike. This is Antonio Morgado. Antonio Morgado about to get going. There's a nice shot of that bike with that filled-in section. Similar to one of the UAE Team Emirates bikes. Jan Christian riding along on it right now. They are Rochelle. There's that water bottle section. It fills in so much of the base of this bike.
It's very clever, isn't it, to get around the rules of the UCI to put the water bottle that fits so nicely into the frame there. Oh, he's really giving everything.
It was something that was worked on for Tadej Pogačar, and you also can see the way that the rear of the bike, the way it fits right across, so it takes all the drag out the back of the bike, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting design. Developments happening all the time.
Fast through that turn by Jan Christian, the Swiss rider. That's a lovely shot of being able to get that and seeing exactly how that's set up. This is Romain Pajur, the Estonian rider. Seemed a bit steady over the top there, but actually is carrying a fair amount of speed in this time trial. Just didn't enjoy the top of that particular climb. 18.75 seconds down. Good enough for 6th place at the moment for Estonia.
So with every rider that passes through this intermediate time check, outside the time of Hamish McKenzie, he'll be building confidence. Now we have a serious contender from Germany. Emil Herzog is on the start line.
Emil Herzog about to get underway. Rides for a club called Team Autoida. Has had some good performances. Won a race in Switzerland, the overall general classification and a stage. Josh Darling just getting ready.
He knows he needs to produce something really special to take this World Championship.
Jan Christian heading towards this first split. Certainly travelling well, good momentum. Heading slightly downhill now, really fast section of the course, kicking away over little rises here and there. But you can carry a lot of speed.
Oh, look, he's got such a high cadence, still trying to produce power. He just realises that he cannot produce any more power at that cadence, so he takes himself a micro rest. Probably should have done that a second earlier. But he's absolutely giving everything out on the circuit here.
Leans it right into that corner, rails it on the outside of that turn.
Certainly using every inch of the road.
The start of the next rider. This is Mathieu Cockerman from Luxembourg, European champion of the time trial. He's ready to try and go head to head to try and win this title away from Australia. Mathieu Cockerman underway for Luxembourg. Only 2 more riders left to go.
Well, the Luxembourg rider being European individual time trial champion must give him a little bit of confidence, knowing his ability. But certainly Joshua Tarling will be a rider to watch, and Jens Verbruch, the last two riders off the start ramp. Not too far away from the first time check now for Jan Christian.
We see Josh Tarling just hitting the muscles there. Is that an activation thing that coaches get you to do?
Yes, it's something that I think the younger riders learn from the older riders, and then they'll ask the coach, or the coach will tell them if it's something that's beneficial or not. Some riders choose not to do it, some riders choose to do it, just to get the muscles moving, and it'll keep them awake for a very explosive start. You do need to go out very hard now, these riders, to match the time of Hamish McKenzie. There's no option. They have to go out fast and just see if they can hold on to the pace if they want to contest for a medal here at the World Championships. We've seen the top three riders sitting on those hot seats for so long now without anyone really challenging their times.
This is Nordagen, the Norwegian rider. He's already seen 2 gold medals go to Norway, and this rider is there or thereabouts, 5th fastest. Hamish McKenzie now is starting to look more and more nervous, because this is the point in the race that this young Australian knows that he's going to be coming under fire from some of these riders.
Well, the Norwegian 16 seconds down, so he may not be someone that McKenzie's too worried about, but this man, Jens Verbruch, he is likely to post a pretty competitive time at that first intermediate split.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Silver medalist in the European Championships, Jens Verbruch, the son of Rick Verbruch, goes off the start ramp. We see the arrival of Artem Schmidt, 4th fastest time, 56 seconds down at this point in the race. Is anyone going to find any time to get anywhere close to the Australian? The light is fading, it's getting a little bit colder, and we know what the cold air means, Rochelle.
Yeah, slower surface, so very, very good conditions, and a wise decision of the Australians for Hamish McKenzie in the heat of the day. Very still, calm wind.
20 past 4 in the afternoon. But it feels a little bit later than that. It feels a little bit chillier. Jan Christian almost at 9 minutes, clicking his way through the gears, looking for a little bit more momentum, a little bit more power through those pedals. Time of McKenzie, 9 minutes 4.54. He is sitting here on the edge of his seat now, because he knows that this is starting to get tight. Oh, is that a problem for Jan Christian?
Yeah, he's having trouble getting the gear that he needs on the climb, and he's in 3rd position, the closest we've seen for a long while, 7 seconds down.
Good ride there.
Oh, he just can't get that. He's trying to jump his wheel around. He can't get that right gear. Very disappointing.
That's definitely cost him, but he eventually gives it an old hop, and the chain jumps into the right position, and he's now underway. Wow, look at that corner from Jan Christian. 3rd fastest time. He's in the ballpark. He's there or thereabouts. He's playing the game now.
Only 7 seconds down on the time of McKenzie at that first time check, 7.1 kilometres into this race, 28.8 kilometres. And the big favourites now, Josh Tarling, the last rider to leave the starting ramp for Great Britain.
Josh Tarling of Great Britain goes. He is the silver medalist of last year, comes from Wales. He's the only rider now on the course at the back who can beat any of the times in front of him. Verbruch, Kockelman, Herzog, Christian, and of course Hamish McKenzie, who's in the hot seat. In half an hour's time we're going to know who is going to be this world champion. Here's a little look at that problem.
It looked like he just needed to drop the chain down on one position on the back cassette, and it wouldn't go, so he's not only lost a little bit of time, but the momentum and the energy expended there, it could have cost him a little bit.
Solid head on his shoulders though, to not panic and just think, okay, let's just bunny hop it, let's see if we can knock it back into the right position, which he managed to do.
Well, Jens Verbrugge, he looks beautiful on the bike, but I'm going to make a call right now. I don't think these cadences are as high as we saw with Hamish McKenzie. He was absolutely flying. Completely different line and a lot more speed through this corner. It's looking very good for the Australian.
He's been sat there now for about 2.5 hours, waiting to find out how all the other riders perform in this individual time trial. Welcome along. Thank you for joining us. If you've just joined us now, this is the men's junior individual time trial. The current leader is the Australian, Hamish McKenzie. He's looked superb this afternoon in this time trial, ahead of Frank Regillo of Estonia and Duarte Marivoc-Scolies. He has an advantage of 1 minute 19 seconds, but the big guns are now out on the course. Verbrugge into this time trial mode.
Well, the three favourites we called, Anthony, were the Australian, Hamish McKenzie, this man, Jens Verbrugge, and the last rider out on the course, Joshua Tarling of Great Britain. They were the favourites. Tough ride, labouring there for the Australian.
Will Eves having a hard time this afternoon. Almost at the top of this climb, 9th fastest. He's seen his teammate go out early and set the standard for everyone else to beat. Not quite happening for Will Eves yet this afternoon. He goes over the top of that second intermediate split. Will Eves, 9th fastest. Cameron Rogers was the 6th fastest rider through there for Australia. Hamish McKenzie, the leader through that intermediate time split. Will these temperatures, now that the temperature has dropped, really make a difference?
Well, I think that it could, Anthony. I think the conditions at the moment are not quite as good as they were in the middle of the day. I think it's a tough ask for the riders to hang around all day and produce their best performance this late in the afternoon. As we said, it feels a lot later with the sun dropping very quickly. The temperature really cooling down, a huge difference in temperature.
Emil Herzog over the top of that particular point. That's the first intermediate split, and he goes through there with the 7th fastest time.
Verbrugge, he's absolutely flying. He looks so good on the bike. He's got a really good pedaling cadence now. He's getting his momentum up.
Over the bridge then, he'll take the fastest line across this roundabout, straight through the middle, try and almost touch the roundabout exit on the left-hand side. This is the point we had a few issues earlier on today. He's going to come up, left-hander, leans it into that turn. That's a very fast turn, carried a lot of speed.
He is indeed carrying a lot of speed through the corners, and you would expect that from the rider from Belgium with such experience. Great bike handling skills.
As he goes into the TAFE campus here in New South Wales. An important area of education for so many years. One of the key places in Australia for the vocational studies of so many different industries. Works his way straight through the middle of it. Verbrugge, the penultimate rider on the course, almost at this all-important intermediate time split. Heads his way onto the climb. Mathieu Kockelman of Luxembourg isn't able to get close to Hamish McKenzie.
Well, it's an indication of the type of course this is, that it's not actually suiting some of the really tall, lanky specialist time trial riders, and the European champion there just struggling to get on terms and into medal contention here at the World Championships. Jens Verbrugge, he looks like he means business.
McKenzie has a little bit of a smile behind that jacket. I think you can just see it in the eyes. Verbrugge with the radio tucked in on the back of that skin suit, so that the team car could just give him little bits of information should he want them. And they'll have agreed that beforehand about what sort of info he wants, whether he wants encouragement, he wants time checks, where he wants his time checks. Here's the arrival then of the American Artem Schmidt. Time to beat, 35 minutes, 18.45. Artem Schmidt heading in to conclude his individual time trial. A rider who was perhaps an outsider for a medal. Let's see what the time is going to be for Artem Schmidt. Hits the line now with the second fastest time. That is a real turnaround.
Yeah, he came home super strong. He went through the 14.1 kilometre time check in third position, and then outside the top three in the next time split at 21.8 kilometres, but then he's really come home strong and puts himself into second position. So a little bit of a shake-up there on the hot seat podium.
It's taken a little while, but finally we have a bit of a shake-up on that podium. Hamish McKenzie leads. Artem Schmidt of the USA, 1 minute 17 seconds down in second. Frank Regillo, 1 minute 19 down in third place. Back out on the course with the Belgian rider, Jens Verbrugge. This is going to give us an idea. Is this race on or is this race off? Verbrugge is almost there, or your answer may well be about to be given, because this race doesn't look on yet for the Belgian. Can he come back? Has he ridden a clever race and ridden steady at the beginning, and he's going to accelerate? He's giving himself a huge amount to do. Second in the European Championships, 30th place for Jens Verbrugge. That is not a good start.
No, it's nearly impossible to come back from that. He may pick up, you know, a few more places and a better finish, but to come back to the time of Hamish McKenzie seems out of reach for the Belgian rider. So a little bit more relief now for Hamish McKenzie. He's just going to be waiting to get that time check of the rider from Great Britain, Joshua Tarling, the last rider out on the circuit.
Neil Herzog just trying to remind himself, keep that nose down, keep that head down, push yourself into the forearms, try and get as aero as possible. Let the wind go right over your back. Still pedaling furiously in that restricted gear. The German rider who started fourth from last. We'll still wait for the arrival now of the British rider. Here he is, the silver medalist last year. He signed a 3-year contract with Ineos Grenadiers. This is going to be close. Very close. The time to beat is 9 minutes 4.54, and Tarling is the first rider under 9 minutes. And 9:44 under the time of Hamish McKenzie. For the first time, the Australian's time is in danger.
Well, a very big deep breath there from McKenzie, the first rider for a very long time.
It's taken 2.5 hours or more for Josh Tarling to beat the time of Hamish McKenzie, 8:55.10, 9.44 seconds quicker. But as we know, this course can really bite you, even in the last few kilometres.
Absolutely, it's not over yet. It's Hamish McKenzie, he'll be thinking that it's all over. Of course, he'll be thinking, wow, that was fast. But Joshua Tarling had been forced to go out fast to be on terms with the Australian. Can he hold on to the pace to the finish? As we now just watch Herzog from Germany. He's really trying to get everything out of himself over this little climb.
The danger for Tarling now is he's gone through and he's beaten McKenzie in that first phase, that he eases up a little bit, thinks, okay, I've got something in hand, that they give him the right information, because otherwise we know that McKenzie rode a consistent ride all the way through. He hardly lost time anywhere.
Well, Tarling looks so comfortable on the bike. He'll know what he's capable of. But with such a fast time posted by McKenzie, he had to go out fast. He had to be on terms at the first time checks, as we now see the Australian William Eves coming into the finish.
William Eves is going to conclude his time trial. The time to beat was his teammate 35.18.45. Will Eaves is going to stop the clock. It's going to be well outside the time, approaching 2 minutes of a difference. Will Eaves finishes 10th fastest time at this moment.
6.5 kilometres an hour average. So a solid performance from the Australian.
Well, we've got a race on our hands now, don't we, for the gold medal. Hamish McKenzie now, second fastest of that first 7.1 kilometre time check. Joshua Tarling, he is on track for a World Championship here in Australia. Can he hold his speed? Still a long way to go for Tarling.
This is the second intermediate split. Romet Pajor coming up to that point, riding for Estonia. Estonia have had some good performances today. Second fastest time for Romet Pajor, looking to put himself into the medals when he gets back to the finish line. The top three at the moment at the finish, the Australian Hamish McKenzie, Artem Schmidt of the USA, and Frank Regilo riding for Estonia. Estonia looking to put 2 riders in the top places so far. Tarling from Aberaeron in Wales, clicking his way through the gears. They've recognised his talent at Ineos Grenadiers, a 3-year contract for this rider. He is superbly fast, came from a track background, looking to try and give himself the world title.
Well, the track background will really help with being able to produce that power at a very high cadence.
Tarling back into the aero tuck. He's had some great results on the road already. He was third in the Grand Prix Bob Jungels, which is a top junior race. He won the mountains classification in Morbihan. On the track, he's a European Omnium and Team Pursuit champion. He's a national champion.
A more tense face now for Hamish McKenzie.
He's done everything he can, hasn't he? He's been sat there for hours. He put in the best performance, and I think he's made a lot of riders really concerned beforehand, and then during the race they just haven't been able to deliver the performance they might have been expecting. The only rider who's been able to is this British rider.
If he is beaten for the World Championship by Joshua Tarling, it will be a well-deserved victory for the rider from Great Britain, as Hamish McKenzie has gone out with a blistering time early on in this junior individual time trial at the World Championships in Wollongong. The race is on now between Hamish McKenzie and this rider, Joshua Tarling of Great Britain.
You can hear the speed that this rider is travelling at, can't you? 53 kilometres an hour, but that whirring sound of the disc wheel as he covers this distance with real momentum is something so impressive. The arrival of the French rider coming into the finish, Thibaut Gruel. He's going to continue with that pedalling momentum into the finish line now, and Gruel finishes 5th fastest time, a respectable time trial.
Based on experience, based on their previous racing days, that really matters.
"11 riders left to complete the course. We'll get another idea of how the top riders are comparing to Hamish McKenzie when we get back here to that first lap point, because that's a really good indicator, isn't it, of how the riders cover that entire course, how they've dealt with the descent down off the top of Mount Ousley, how they're travelling. Then we can really start to figure out, is this race turning towards Josh Tarling, or has McKenzie actually ridden the consistent race we think?
Well, this man Herzog, he's gone through that intermediate time check at 14.1 kilometres in 3rd position, so he's really building his way into this race and riding for a position on the podium. We might see a little bit of a shake-up for those riders who have been sitting on the podium for quite a while now.
Yeah, the lap point, McKenzie leads ahead of Christian, ahead of Herzog at the midway point. This is Jürgen Nordhagen. Left and right, shoulders rocking and rolling in the same time as the pedal stroke. Nordhagen sits very high on his bike.
Yeah, really high saddle height. You can see his pointed toes just to reach the bottom of the crank length as well. Joshua Tarling, doesn't he look fast? He looks fast.
He looks really quick.
Very, very close to getting an indication through the finish line of how he's going against the intermediate split at 14.1 kilometres against Hamish McKenzie.
Tarling approaching that all-important lap as he chases the time of 17 minutes 18:46. Herzog is the third fastest rider at that point. Josh Tarling is about to cross that line. He just goes flying past us here at the commentary box, looks really quick and fastest at the lap by 19.3 seconds on Hamish McKenzie. So he's taken another 10 seconds over the top of the climb and down through the lap point.
Unbelievably fast ride from Joshua Tarling. 19 seconds faster after 14.1 kilometres, one lap of this time trial circuit. He already has 19.3 seconds over Hamish McKenzie.
At the end of the lap, Josh Tarling leads with the first ride under 17 minutes. McKenzie looking really worried now. McKenzie second at 19.3 seconds. Jan Christian now in third place. Jan Christian is the rider who is looking like he might take the bronze, but Emil Herzog is moving fast as well.
Such a close race there now for the medals. Such a juggle on the hot seat. The times, the names are changing very quickly as Josh Tarling is flying around this course.
We're hearing that Christian's had some problems on the course. We might get a replay of that in a moment. Let's take a little look, Rochelle. This was earlier, wasn't it? And he's still having gear problems.
Well, to be able to go through that first lap in third position, he's done very, very well.
Tarling continues with this relentless tempo that he set from the start. Pushing himself back on the bike a little bit. This is Sjors Luthart of the Netherlands. Mackenzie's time still in the hot seat. Heading in towards the conclusion of this time trial.
Oh, it's getting very exciting now. Josh Tarling, he's on an amazing ride.
And the finish then, 10th place for Sjors Luthart.
46.6 kilometres an hour average speed.
We're coming up now to almost 3 hours that Hamish McKenzie since he crossed the line.
It reminds me of the situation with Grace Brown in the elite women's. She sat in that hot seat until the very, very last ride across the line, and that's what we might see for Hamish McKenzie today, in the hot seat until the final rider that left the starting ramp. Joshua Tarling might just take that World Championship rainbow jersey from the Australian. That's how it's looking at the moment, and it would have to be a bit of a disastrous second lap for Joshua Tarling.
This is a good ride by Roman Pajur of Estonia. He may well put himself into the medals right now. Roman Pajur of Estonia reaches the line in time, which puts him into second place. 47.9 kilometres an hour.
Seen some great performances from the riders of Estonia here in the Wollongong World Championships.
The hot seats shuffle around again. McKenzie of Australia, Roman Pajur of Estonia, Artem Schmidt of the United States of America. Those are the riders who are in the top three at the moment.
We're seeing a lot of riders now really get into a rhythm on the second lap and bring back time that are not featuring the first two time splits. And then in the third time split, moving up into the medal contentions.
McKenzie leads. There we are. There's confirmation of the top 3 at the moment. Romet Pajor has finished now, and there are only 8 riders left to complete the course. Back with number 1, Josh Tarling, the silver medalist of last year. Is it going to be a world title in 2022? Here's the arrival of Emil Herzog, the German rider, as he reaches the top of the climb. This looks like a very accomplished performance. McKenzie phoning in a little bit of assistance. The stress must be getting too much in that hot seat. Herzog, second fastest time, 21.47 seconds down on the time of McKenzie, and Herzog is looking to book himself a place on the podium at the end of the afternoon. Herzog dives into that right-hander, fast downhill for the German, 6.7 kilometres to go. He's the 4th from last rider to start, gets into that aero tuck, tries to gain a little bit more free speed.
Yeah, very impressive ride, building into this time trial now in the last section of the course. I think the second part of this course will suit him as well. Oh! Bit of a scrape at the pedal there in the corner.
Herzog went flying round that turn right on the limit. That was very, very quick and impressive from the German rider. He's throwing everything at this. Tarling now is closing in on Jens Verbrugge, who's in front of him. One of the race favourites, and Tarling is catching him for 2 minutes.
Well, this is looking really, really good for Tarling. He's not dying at all. And won't it be a devastating moment for Verbrugge when he has passed 2 minutes between these riders at the start?
Well, Verbrugge started as one of the race favourites, one of the top 4 race favourites, I would say. And he's second in the European Championship time trial, and he's about to be caught by the fast-moving Brit. Tarling is tantalisingly close to a world title here. This is a storming performance by this young Welsh rider. Look at Verbrugge, he looks so much slower compared to the British rider, which is incredible considering how good Jens Verbrugge is at the time trial. He looks around and thinks, what is going on here?
He's been told by the race vehicle, his race radio, that he's been caught.
Just go into TAFE, and Tarling goes past Verbrugge as though he's just out for a ride. This
is incredible. And you can just see a little bit of a shake of the head there from Verbrugge.
Mathieu Kokelman, the Luxembourg European champion of the time trial, 10th fastest time. It just shows you junior racing quite often doesn't go to the predictions and the form. Here's Jørgen Nordhagen heading into the conclusion of his time trial. Hamish McKenzie's time, 35:18.45. Jørgen Nordhagen is going to reach the line. I don't think it's going to be a medal for him today. Let's take a look. 6th fastest time.
Well, young Christian of Switzerland, he'll be the next rider coming through the finish line, and he was the 3rd fastest at the last time check at 21.8 kilometres. Not the best day for the Norwegian. Probably expected a little bit more from himself.
Tarling, with this relentless pursuit of the rainbow bands, is making the rest of the field right now, apart from Hamish McKenzie, look like they are in a different league, hugging the left-hand side of the road and finding the fastest way to the finish line.
Well, in saying that, Anthony, he had 19 seconds after 14.1 kilometres over Hamish McKenzie. So he is demonstrating an absolutely phenomenal ride here. The World Championships. Here comes the Swiss rider. He was 3rd through the last time check. Will he be 3rd over the finish line?
Jan Christian has looked superb. He's had some gear problems. He's had some trials and tribulations along the way, but he's never given in on the dream of getting a medal in these World Championships. Jan Christian giving this everything, emptying the tank as he sprints for the line, and it's going to be second place for Jan Christian. He goes into the hot seats with a ride of 48 kilometres an hour.
An impressive finish. He was such a high cadence coming into the finish there. He looks like a rider that could have gone faster and faster if the race had gone longer and longer. Very good ride to come back into second position.
The top three now, it's Hamish McKenzie of Australia, ahead of Jan Christian of Switzerland, and Romit Pajur in third place. We go back out on the course with Josh Tarling as he reaches the top of Mount Ousley, and let's see how much time he has in hand. A little bit of a clicking through the gears. McKenzie looks worried. Tarling is holding his time, but actually is starting to go a little bit backwards. McKenzie's time is starting to look a little bit tight. 13.37 seconds. Tarling's lost some time.
Absolutely. This is going to come down to the wire because Tarling has fatigued a little bit, or has he saved a little bit? Very hard to know, but a lot can happen in this last half of the course.
The Australian rider, Hamish McKenzie, has sat in that hot seat for what is nearly 3 hours. He finished at just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We're about 8 minutes to 5. Can he win this world title for Australia? Is Tarling suddenly feeling the effects of what has been a blistering pace? Here, let's tell the story of how it's gone so far. Tarling went through the first split, 9.44 seconds ahead. At the lap point, he was 19 seconds ahead. At the second intermediate point, Tarling now is only 13 seconds ahead, and we know that McKenzie fired his way back down to Wollongong with real aplomb and went into the finish line with a sparkling time. That rider from Australia, McKenzie, could still win the Rainbow Bands.
He could definitely still win it. It's only 5.9 kilometres to the finish now for Tarling. He had an advantage of 13 seconds at the last time check. Will he lose 13 seconds in the last 5.7 kilometres to Hamish McKenzie, the Australian? That's the big question.
Well, he just lost 6 seconds between the lap and the intermediate, and that was 7K. If he's totally fatigued and he's gone over his limit, then Tarling could be in a fight for survival here. What a finish this is going to be. Hamish McKenzie on the phone, just talking to somebody. Someone who will just calm him down a little bit, perhaps.
Oh, this is going to be close at the finish for the World Championship in the junior men's time trial. What an exciting race we have in this final 5 kilometres.
And Tarling, if he's been told what the time check is, there might be a little bit of stress. He's got to just try and flow the way he's done so far. Emil Herzog of Germany makes his way into the finish line. McKenzie's time still stands with only 3 riders left to finish. Emil Herzog, is this going to be a medal for the German rider? He's chasing it, and he's chasing it hard. It looks like it's going to be second place for Emil Herzog. It is. 14.26 seconds down. Herzog has ridden superbly over the last phase of that time trial. Herzog has taken 20 seconds.
It's so interesting that we're seeing these riders really pick up the pace in the second lap, whereas Tarling just lost a little bit of time. The question is, was he just saving on that climb? Was he just cruising over the climb, saving for a strong finish? That's the big question. Was he getting tired?
Sprinting flat out now over the next rise. You heard him just change up the gears. Tarling doesn't look like a junior rider, does he? And I think that's why Ineos are putting him straight into the Ineos Grenadiers squad from next year, and he'll be riding all the top races in the world. Tarling now downhill, chasing the Rainbow Bands, chasing riders in front of him. He's already caught Jens Verbrugge for 2 minutes. I think there's another, it might just be a motorbike ahead. Yep, it is. But Tarling is in a fight for time. 3.8k to go. 30 minutes 40 seconds. Rochelle, quick calculations. This is really, really close.
Yeah, it's a super close. It's going to come down to the wire.
For so long in this time trial, it looked like Tarling had everything under control. It may well not be the case. 47k an hour. He needs to find everything he can possibly get out of those legs. The British rider, who was a silver medalist last year, he went out hard. He came through the intermediate split, still looking top of the leaderboard. But McKenzie rode a measured race, and he went much, much earlier in the day. He was the 4th rider to take to the start. He finished 2 hours and around about 5 minutes, 55 minutes ago.
Well, luckily for Tarling, the wind has really dropped off now. Late afternoon, that tends to happen.
3 kilometres to go, 31 minutes and 43 seconds. The time to beat is 35 minutes and 18 seconds. It's going to be tight, but Tarling now finds a little bit of pace. He's cruising along here at 55 kilometres an hour, dishing this out, emptying the tank. This has got to be the hardest 3 kilometres of his life.
His last opportunity for that rainbow jersey in the juniors as well. He'll really be thinking about that now as he endures the pain coming into the finish.
This is Matthew Kokelman, the European champion. The top 3 at the moment. The medals are going to Australia, to Germany, to Switzerland. Kokelman of Luxembourg coming in. He's going to be outside the medals. He's going to be somewhere around about 6th or 7th place. The Luxembourger hasn't been his day. European champion in the time trial, not going to be the rainbow bands. Kokelman sprinting for all he's worth. Finishes now in 10th place.
Well, only 2 more riders to finish, and we know that Joshua Tarling will be the next rider across the line because he has passed Jens Verbruga out on the course.
We get set then to decide where are the rainbow bands going in this men's junior time trial. It's been an enticing race. It's been hours of action. Hamish McKenzie has sat in that hot seat for the entire afternoon. It has gone from hot to stress to cold. Tarling now gets ready as he makes his way into the finish line. 1,400 metres. This is really, really close. 35 minutes 18.45 is the time. The 1 kilometre point is just ahead. Tarling's shoulders rocking left and right. The momentum is there, but this little climb is going to feel like an eternity. Let's see what the time is at the 1 kilometre to go point. It's really close. Very, very, very close. He may well just have it. Tarling going up to 1,000 metres, and he's going to hit it at 34 minutes. It should be enough, but you just never know.
1 minute and 18 seconds to do the final kilometre to take the rainbow jersey.
In normal circumstances, it should be enough. But 66 kilometres an hour. Look at the way that Josh Tarling is pedalling, trying to give everything he's got. Look at McKenzie. Is it going to be gold? Is it going to be silver? He looks sick. He knows that this is so, so tight. Tarling comes round the corner. He's got 43 seconds to make it to the finish line. At the earlier splits, it looked like it was all sorted, all in the bag, all decided. But on that final split, it looked like Tarling was starting to tire. The silver medalist of last year, with Hamish McKenzie watching him, is now firing his way into Wollongong. It's going to be on the line. Gold for Tarling. He does it 19 seconds. He pulls back the deficit he lost exactly. Tarling takes the rainbow bands. Silver last year, gold this year.
Well, he really knew what he was doing there in the second lap over that climb, just conserving a little bit for the finish. What an amazing ride from Joshua Tarling. And the same situation we saw in the elite women's race, where the Australian was in the hot seat until the very last rider went off the starting ramp.
What a race that was.
The new junior world champion, Joshua Tarling of Great Britain. What a nice way to move into the pro racing scene. And here comes Verbrugge, not the best day for the Belgian rider.
Verbrugge caught by the fast-moving Brit behind him. Verbrugge, one of the favourites, just hasn't had a good day. 26th place for the Belgian. It didn't happen. Tarling, what a race that ended up being. Hamish McKenzie, for the entire day, sat there going out 4th on the race, put everybody under pressure.
Do you want to put this jersey on?
What a tough day for the Australian to be in that hot seat until the very last rider went off the starting ramp. Certainly a very exciting race for us to watch in that last wave of riders.
This rider, everyone knows, is one of the most sought-after riders by the top teams. Tarling will move to Ineos Grenadiers. He will join a crop of British youngsters that includes Ben Turner, Ben Tullett, Tom Pidcock and others. That team is building what is going to be a formidable squad for the future. But Tarling, he gave everybody a bit of a shock through that second intermediate split, where suddenly the time wasn't there that he had at the lap end. Let's take a look at the top 10 after a thrilling race. Josh Tarling of Great Britain wins, 19.19 seconds ahead of Hamish McKenzie. The Australian takes silver. Emil Herzog of Germany takes the bronze. A huge day for Great Britain in the junior time trials. It'd be interesting to hear Tarling's interview as to whether he knew that he'd lost some time or whether he controlled it over that final intermediate, because suddenly it swung back, didn't it? He'd taken 10 seconds and suddenly he lost 6.
Yeah, well, I think it was controlled, because if he had have lost those 6 seconds while he was giving 100% effort, he never would have been able to lift that much in the finish. So we see
he was
replay.
fast, wasn't he, in the finish?
He was fast in the start and he was fast in the finish, conserved a little bit through the middle of the race. Hamish McKenzie, a more consistent ride throughout the whole race. He takes the silver medal, and a great ride from the German, Emil Herzog. He really did come home strong, didn't he, to pick up that 3rd and bronze medal for Germany.
Herzog, yeah, he rode a superb race when you look at it. He wasn't even featured in the first intermediate, and the second he was 31 seconds down on Tarling. Then he was 34 down, and at the finish, Emil Herzog 33 down. So the middle part of this race, he really rode consistently and just brought it home for a medal.
What an exciting race. Such a talent, Joshua Tarling. You could see in the first part of the race how fluent he was, how fast he was, and then to be able to lift it to come home that fast and bring back some time and win this World Championship with, in the end, a really decent margin.
We wait now for the presentation and the interview with Josh Tarling. Just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon here in Wollongong as the sun fades over the beach. Thanks very much to all of you for joining us. It has been a great day of racing.
How disappointing for the Australian. He does know that he gave his best effort. Matt Gilmore there just giving him a big hug, both from Tasmania.
Well, let's do this again.
I will just do this interview, says Joshua Tarling. And then over to the podium for the presentations.
Let's hear now from the new world champion in the junior men's time trial, the British rider Josh Tarling, with that sparkling performance as the last rider to go.
Josh, sweet revenge after last year's silver medal. What's it like to be a world champion?
Oh, well, I mean, it definitely hasn't sunk in yet, but it just feels like a relief. I think so much hard work and a bit annoyed after last year, and it's just like I really wanted it, and it's just, yeah, relief mainly.
Take us through your efforts, because you were storming out there. You had the best time at the first time checks, best time at the second one, and you lost a little bit of time on McKenzie. Take us through that effort.
I think, yeah, I think the first lap it was important because it feels like it's all uphill at the start, especially with the headwind. So I was just trying to do as hard as I could over that first climb, and then it's downhill and tailwind into the finish. And then I think I was hurting anyway, and but I think when I started to see I think it's Verbrugge, I think I eased off a bit because I thought I'm going okay, but I think I eased off a bit too much and took it a bit too easy, so I had to kick for the last few sections in the tailwind, and that basically not use the tailwind down that last straight. So, but I think it was mainly all about the corners, trying to get that all perfect. So yeah.
How hard did you have to work for this title these last few months?
Oh, it's just so hard. I think I had a bit of a bad start to the season with injuries and feeling empty, and then just from halfway through the year, it's just been all for this. So I think I had a bit of food poisoning in the Euro Track Champs, and I was annoyed that I couldn't help my team in the team pursuit. They really deserved it for the Euros, but so after that it was just all flat out to try and bring GB another jersey to try and make up for it, really.
Pretty good day for GB, pretty good day for Wales with Zoe this morning, yourself.
Yeah, it's awesome, and I think the coaches really deserve it, and everyone really deserves it in GB, so really proud.
And now you're going to celebrate with our friends, with relatives, with family?
After the road race, we need to get another result in that, but yeah, after that, yeah, straight home and with the team now and celebrate.
Congratulations, thank you very much.
Thank you, cheers.
Josh Tarling, so he didn't quite hold it back. He just eased off and then realised he'd eased off way too much.
Yeah, he had a little bit of a panic, didn't he? He said that he eased off, and then he realised, well, maybe I eased off too much. But he said it was when he caught Van der Brugge that he realised he could ease off, and then a little bit of panic that he may have eased off a little bit too much.
It's always difficult for a rider, isn't it, when they catch a rider in a time trial, particularly one so good that you can play with your mind a little bit. Either it's great or, oh, hang on a minute, I've gone a little bit too hard here.
Well, it could also be that Verbrugge was having a really bad day, so it's hard to use that as an indication. There was a 2-minute time gap between them at the start, so he knew he'd made up 2 minutes on that rider, but not knowing how that rider was tracking against the fastest time.
Verbrugge was caught. Josh Tarling out on the course with Hamish McKenzie watching him. What a day it was. It was a thrilling time trial to follow with these two riders neck and neck. Great to watch, great action.
Well, Joshua Tarling certainly broke some Australian hearts there at the finish of a long day, watching Hamish McKenzie on the top spot. It's the last rider. Crosses the line there with a 19.1 second advantage over Hamish McKenzie.
Around that course, Rochelle, Josh Tarling has just averaged, on restricted gears, 49.4 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. You know, and this is why I was in favour of the restricted gears, because it does really teach the riders at a young age to produce power at a high cadence. And, you know, now as a development, he'll be pushing much bigger gears. But he's nailed that pedalling style, and the high cadence power at a really high cadence is very useful for an athlete.
I think that's his mum who's here celebrating with him. An emotional moment for her, I'm sure. We wait for the podium presentation as we look out over the beach line here at Wollongong. Tomorrow we have one race in the afternoon. It's the mixed relay, which is always a great competition. Let's all hope that the rain that's forecast doesn't come, because we want to have another sunny afternoon here on the coast. You look at the stature of Tarling, you can imagine him in the classics, can't you? McKenzie, for me, though, that was some ride, and I think deserves a contract with one of the top pro teams, because if you can produce that amount of power, sustained power over that period of time, you're going to be a top bike rider.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And also just the way we heard him speak in the interview. Was very professional from such a young rider in the juniors. Remember that these riders are under 18 years of age. What a proud day for the British supporters.
Another British celebration. The last 2 days has been about Norway. Today has been about Great Britain. Which nation is going to have it tomorrow?
Cérémonie protocolaire des championnats du monde route UCI 2022 contre la montre individuelle homme junior.
The award ceremony of the UCI Road World Championships, the men junior individual time trial.
Les médailles et le maillot seront remis par Senior José Manuel Pelaez, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
The medals and jersey will be presented by Mr. José Manuel Pelaez, the UCI Management Committee member.
À la troisième place et vainqueur de la médaille de bronze représentant l'Allemagne.
The presentation starts. Josh's mum there at the front.
Representing Germany, Emil Herzog.
Bronze medal to the German rider Emil Herzog.
À la deuxième place et vainqueur de la médaille d'argent représentant l'Australie.
In second place and winner of the silver medal representing Australia, Hamish McKenzie.
Hamish McKenzie, a great reception for him. I think he can be really proud of that performance today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure the nation is also very, very proud of his ride here today in Wollongong.
À la première place, champion du monde et gagnant de la médaille d'or UCI, représentant la Grande-Bretagne.
In first place, world champion and winner of the UCI gold medal, representing Great Britain, Joshua Tarling.
His first world title. He was so disappointed last year when he lost the title. Finished second, but in a similar way to Zoe Backstead, had to fight his way back. Sometimes it makes you just that little bit stronger and made you want it a little bit more. Josh Tarling pulls on the rainbow bands as the winner of the men's junior time trial.
Les fleurs seront remises par...
The flowers will be presented by Ms. Marnie Fechner, the Oz Cycling CEO.
The CEO of Oz Cycling presents the flowers to the three winners.
La montre Tissot sera présentée par Monsieur José Manuel Pérez, membre du comité directeur de l'UCI.
The Tissot watch will be presented by Mr. Jose Manuel Palais, the UCI Management Committee member.
Presented with a special Tissot watch.
En l'honneur de notre nouveau champion du monde UCI, nous vous présentons l'hymne national de la
And now the
Grande-Bretagne.
national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, in
Of
honour
Great
of our
Britain.
new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Great Britain.
Mesdames et messieurs, encore une fois, vos applaudissements pour nos médaillés.
Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time show your applause.
There's the podium of
for our new
today's
world
event
champion,
in
Joshua
the afternoon,
Tarling.
the
The
men's
silver
junior
medal
time
performance,
trial. The
Hamish
podium,
McKenzie.
Emil
The bronze
Herzog,
medal bride,
Hamish
Emil
McKenzie, Josh
Herzog.
Tarling. They gave us a superb race to follow.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our award ceremony for our men's junior individual time trial. Thanks for joining us here at Wollongong 2022.
Great photo of three future stars.
It's not until they reach the podium and take off the helmets and sunglasses that you actually realise how young these riders are. They look so professional on their bikes, and they are just babies under the age of 18 with massive careers ahead of them.
It's also amazing to think now that Josh Tarling is going to go from these junior ranks straight to the Ineos Grenadiers. His mum very, very proud.
I could see a few tears there when the national anthem was playing. What a special moment.
Well, the Welsh flag is out as always. Oh, Welsh cycling don't half produce some top riders. You think of Geraint Thomas, Luke Rowe. Josh Tarling adds to that list, and so many other riders. You add in Zoe Backstead and a few more. They've all come from the background, mainly of the Maindy Flyers, a little team that brings in youngsters on the velodrome down in Cardiff. Josh Tarling, the winner of today's men's junior individual time trial. There's a reminder then of the result. Let's digest who was in the top places. Tarling takes the victory for Great Britain. Australia takes silver and Germany take the bronze. Let's run through all the results of today. If you've got a favourite rider or you're supporting a nation, you can just pick out where the riders finished at the end of today's time trial. .52 riders completing today's course. let's take a look at what's happening on the course tomorrow then. We've got the team time trial mixed relay comes up in the afternoon. We'll look forward to that. Find out which nation is going to win that mixed relay, which has been moved from the Sunday into the middle of the week. As we look out over Wollongong, the sun is fading. We've seen 2 great time trials today. Thanks very much for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow with the mixed relay. Alongside me, Rochelle Gilmore, from me, Anthony McCrossan, from both of us. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.